D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to the morning after. Doug, I just got here.
Well, it's all right. Take your time.
Everybody,
get your breath.
Yeah, the whole community, the region. Let's just take a deep breath, Doug. Okay. Take a deep breath.
What day is it?
Yesterday,
Thursday?
Doug was sideways with 270, and I said, stop coming that way.
I don't.
You just got here, too?
No,
I've been here yesterday.
He was sideways with 270. I said, you don't do it.
I almost never do it, but I was running about 2 or 3 minutes late, and I missed the traffic update on the radio. And I said, I better go to the highway because I'm a little bit late. And as soon as I hit that entrance ramp, I see it's backed up. I go, son of a sack ass.
You're stuck. Was the traffic on the ones or the twos?
It was on the 20s.
Never on the threes or the fours.
Yeah, every 10 minutes.
I love hearing that you listen for the traffic update. That's folksy.
Well, right when I get in the car, I do.
Is that folksy, Papers?
Oh, incredibly.
I'm trying to figure, do I go straight up Lindbergh or do I go 270?
Yeah. That's akin to having a weather vane.
Well, if you have to travel 15, 20 miles or so, it's kind of nice to know if the highway you're going to go is all backed up, or you could go another way.
Sure, but your Apple Maps application would tell you the exact same thing.
I'm not getting on there.
Or Waze, W-Z-A-Z-E.
That as well.
What about the
Or the
old days?
radio.
What about the old days when the weather would be? Bob and Sullivan's got it at 55.
Ooh, nice. Bob and Sullivan.
Steve out in St. Charles has got it at 58. That's how they gave the weather report.
Yeah.
And in 2026, Steve and Damon counsels professional athletes against getting married
Progress.
at Sasha's and Damon.
It's an upgrade in our culture.
Amen. You can get involved in the program. Talk about your weather veins by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. You can text in at 314-399-9646. And, of course, open up your YouTube app and talk it over with us. Doug, you have a lifetime roofing lead.
That would be the Cardinal win last night.
Unbelievable.
10 innings over the Cubs. Hello, Redbirds. 3 in the 10th to win it, and now we're just 2.5 out of the wild card. And yes, sir, Daddy likey.
We were 2.5 out of the wild card yesterday.
I know, but we needed that win.
Got it.
And now Dustin may reconsider, Doug. He may never want to leave after that.
I doubt it. It couldn't have gone any better for the players that might be on the trade deadline between May and Stanek and Brian and Soriano. I mean, they all pitched great last night.
Because Stanek showed him, hey, I may walk some guys, but I may strike out some guys.
Both of them.
Truth in advertising, Dustin May. I'll give you 5 sharp innings, 70 pitches. That's good. Was there ever a clear indication that a guy's being traded? He's had 70 pitches. It's a shutout. He's coming back. Oh, he's not. Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
He did give up 1 hit.
Yeah, at that point,
It was time.
You got to yank him. And they were hugging him. Like
McGreevy was hugging him. That's his guy.
Like the phone call had just come in. Get him out. He's gone.
That's a unique relationship because McGreevy is very outgoing, talkative, and Dustin May seems to be a polite fella, but not enjoying like the media exchanges as much as maybe McGreevy does.
Probably not. No.
But yet the two seem to have hit it off.
Yeah, but I think you're right on that one. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Martin. Okay, scoreless game, 1 hit, and 70 pitches. Got to get them out. Yep.
They're like, perfect.
Yeah. Let's not risk it.
Phones ringing in the dugout. Ollie time.
Yeah.
Get him out. I don't know if I remember. Gosh, I remember when Flaherty got traded a couple years ago, and it was like pre-game, and everybody's like, "Oh, there he is. He's still here. He's still here." But I don't remember it being so obvious.
No. I suppose they talked about it before the game, saying if he's got 5 good innings, take him out at that point, do you think?
I heard the Cats say, Dustin, he'd really like to stay, but also said it's kind of exciting to think about going somewhere that's a contender, which is probably the truth.
Oh, yeah.
I don't really want to pack. I kind of like my condo or whatever it is. I kind of like the place where I get coffee every morning, but man, to be in the postseason, sure, why not?
Yeah, and no ties to here. It's not like he's played here for 10 years or grew up in the area or anything. So
Got the idea
Couldn't
last
blame
year
him.
Steven Matz was just flying in and out for games. Because whenever we talked to him, he was in Nashville.
And they got Blaze Jordan for him, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a deal that could work out well.
Well, hopefully a team is a little desperate, and they say, boy, that Dusty, see what he did the other night against the red-hot Cubs. Get them while they're desperate.
Yeah, yeah.
You are welcome to text in. You're welcome to call in. You're welcome to talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat and join in the conversation here on the morning after the Lifetime Roofing lead, the Cardinal win. Papers, what kind of audio do we have from last night's festivities at Busch Stadium where the Cardinals were down 2-0 heading into the bottom of the 10th?
Here's Ivan Herrera's walk-off.
Oh, good.
Swing, shot, hammer toward the gap. That's down. That's going to tie it. Here comes Walker on his way to third. Pops waving. Here's the relay. The Cardinals have won it.
How about that?
Okay.
What's that make you think?
Well, Herrera is certainly swinging the bat a whole lot better this week than he did. He went through a rough patch there, but he's swinging the bat really well right now. And that made me think this is a playoff squad that can go a long way. If we can just get hot, we can win this baby.
The gut punch of that PCA home run. And then
Yeah.
Was it worse than Josh Hamilton's in the top of the 10th after David Freese's triple?
No. No.
Might be
No.
a good Twitter poll.
Yeah, I don't know what the numbers
How
look
did
like
each
on
one
that.
hit you?
Right. certainly hurt, but
You think last night you were? Well, you were there. Did you
Yes.
stay?
No.
No.
Well, you got duties,
Right.
morning duties.
right.
What inning you finna leave, eh?
We left in the 8th.
Because it was scoreless and not much action?
That part of it, yeah.
That was it. You were bored.
No,
were
no,
hammered.
No. I was with my girlfriend and my girlfriend.
Man in love, Doug.
My girlfriend's sister and my girlfriend's sister's boyfriend, and they had to head out. They had an
Double
early
date.
morning.
Yeah, double date.
So
You double date a lot?
Yeah, sometimes, sure.
Folksy.
Folksy again.
Incredible.
Check the traffic
Get the
app.
traffic and then double
And then I'll
date.
head out on my double date right after I check the traffic and have a lemonade.
vanilla malt. But they had to head out, so it was fine. We'll listen on the radio. It was all good.
That's folksy, though. Listen on the radio.
Very folksy.
Man, this is a folksy show. We're meat and potatoes
Just
people.
down
aren't
to
we?
earth guys, really. As much as anything, we're just down to earth.
Yeah.
What was the percentage Cub fans, Card fans?
Tough to tell.
Nice question there, Martin.
But I'd say usually it's in the 30 to 35% range Cub fan. Maybe 30.
And was it higher than that
30.
last night? Or
No.
you're saying it was on par?
Weekend series, like when I went, the last time it was the weekend series with the Cubs when I saw you. And that one, weekend series is much more Cub fan, I feel, than weekday series. Because now you're taking off a couple days
Right.
of work to come down here. Whereas a weekend series, people can come, like, take off Friday and come down. So,
Okay.
felt like more Cardinal fans, but plenty of Cub fans, for sure.
And
Is it pretty
decent
folksy
energy?
that I left my ringer on? That's folksy.
Folksy.
It's very Strody.
Strody, as opposed to
It's a Joey
folksy.
Vitale text. A couple Joey Vitale texts coming in.
I haven't heard from him or thought about him in a while. We miss him. Soon he'll be back.
Yes.
Brian Henshin, who is Jackson's new spouse, got married a couple weeks ago in the Hamptons, says they left early from the game, Doug, to make whoopee. Thanks. That's Brian
is
Henshin.
that what it was? I should have thought of that.
Brian Henshin.
Kind of folksy of me not to think of that.
That's very true. That's Brady Bunch-esque.
Because you wanted to get them malted on the way home.
I had PCA home run plus 421 and under 5.5. Doug, cash money, ho. That's from the
Okay.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle in that Air Comfort Service text inbox. He had the under at 5.5 and PCA to hit a home run at plus 425, plus 421. And he says to you, cash money, ho.
Okay.
It's a good bet.
Does it bother you when Crow Armstrong peacocks like that? After the home run?
If he was on the Cardinals, I would probably love him.
Yeah.
So I think I need to recognize that. Mm-hmm. There were some rowdier fans by me, and anytime he would come up, they were screaming at him.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, man.
Careful, he might respond.
Yeah, well, certainly will. And he
Doug,
did.
on my algorithm, I sent this to papers around 5 this morning. Gentlemen, I guess this is this a new industry? You
Yes.
kind of monitor things for me.
Yeah.
You spot the grifters. And what is the hottest grifting take in our industry right now? WNBA takes?
That would certainly be the biggest football, yeah.
Okay. But now you watch the game and then you act like you're really into it, as opposed to, say, you watching Missouri playing Princeton or Drake, where you actually are really into it.
Right, and there's stakes on the game. You know, it's essentially a playoff game. This guy, who I've seen many a time.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so you had to roll your eyes when I sent this to you.
No, because I've often thought this would make for good audio. He watches every regular season Cub game and streams it, so you can't see.
Have you ever watched him watch Cub games?
I have not.
You
Not
can't
yet.
see the Cubs game, obviously, for a multitude of broadcasting rights reasons.
Is the camera positioned on him then?
Yes, so he's
right.
there, and so I guess Cub fans watch the game along with him, and he gets really animated into it. Probably too animated for a guy when they play 162 of these games, but nonetheless, it makes for some funny
Does he go,
audio.
Doug, take a listen.
No, he's not as good.
Pete! Oh, baby! PCA! Come on! Let's go!
Come on, Bush. Bush, that better not be a double play ball, Bush. Please, the 3-2. Walks him. Walks him, walks him, walks him. And now the tying runner's on second base with no outs. Wonderful. What is he doing? The 2-0. He went. He better went.
Oh.
He did. Thank God. 2-1. That still was not a strike. Been their best hitter tonight. That's going to win the game. We're going to lose on a walk-off tent. They ain't GG's. G's. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. With this goddamn bullpen. Make some trades, Jed. Make some trades.
Almost feels like he's doing a bit.
Yeah.
Exhausting.
What
Hard
does
to keep that
G,
energy.
F, and G's mean?
GG's stands for good game.
Oh, yeah, that's what you used to say when you get knocked out of a Poker Stars tournament
It's
before
now
the
been-
government that wants to stay out of your home decided that you're not allowed to do that.
That's right. It has been adopted by video game culture to say when you defeat an opponent as a way to kind of embarrass them, you say GG's, as in good game.
G, F, and G's. Remember Ryan O'Reilly said F and rights? Remember that? Mm-hmm. You probably don't. Martin, Doug, remember that? After he hoisted the chalice and skated along the ice in Boston? That's
don't
apparently a
remember
hockey
that.
term.
Really?
No, I don't remember that.
F and A rights. No.
Okay.
Well, GG's. GG's.
Okay.
So Cub fans, do you have an indicator how much it's being consumed? Is kind of traffic?
I don't know.
I would
seems-
imagine he's making, what do you think, $30 million a year?
I don't know, he's probably
Every
carved
bit of
out
that.
a whatever kind of. I'm sure
Industry.
he has another job that he does during the day.
Oh, yeah. That's the industry.
Yeah, I'm
He
sure.
seems exhausted.
Seems like it would wear you out if you had to act like that for 3 hours every night.
Would agree. Wouldn't be worth it.
Doesn't seem like he's has a family.
Certainly not. He's probably like around my age, if I had to guess.
Where does he fall versus hologram person?
Like someone who superimposes themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's your favorite.
It's like a
I'm going
page
to talk
6
about
article.
this Cub game that I didn't really watch, but here's my take.
Yeah, that's worse.
Hologram person.
That's worse.
Worse?
I mean, that's lower effort.
Anytime Jackson sees a floating head,
Yeah.
he's triggered.
It's just, and it's like a 6-minute video. I'm like, what the hell could you be talking about?
But
for this long?
if you're a hardcore fan who does watch every game, and there are people out there that do every game they possibly can, and you can make a couple bucks out of just being silly on camera, I guess why not?
I mean, I guess, but it's like, to me, very disingenuous to like react like that.
Well, a lot of show business is.
No, I get that. I
That seemed forced, obviously.
It's just not like I'm not like chastising him personally. Like, he'd do what he wants.
Do whatever you want.
Right.
You're pro-liberty. You're clear on that.
But if you're asking me, like, do I think that would be worth whatever dollar amount he's getting? I would say probably not. And it's not sustainable either.
It depends on what he's making, of course.
Yeah, I don't know.
If he's got a couple 100,000
Well, why don't we
followers.
look up his net worth on that site that tells everybody your net worth?
Sure. Because it's deadly accurate, too.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay. That's hologram guy. Just FYI, Doug, Herrera is gone at the deadline. On the bright side, May will be traded for a AA reliever who will have a brief call-up in 2028 before being DFA'd after giving up 5 runs in another meaningless game in August. It's something to look forward to, Doug. That's from Sticky Ricky, so he's kind of a soothsayer.
Sounds about right to me. Sounds about right.
And I think you have to have a little bit of a cautionary tale. He's like, trade them all, Doug. You trade them all. And I understand you're loading like they did in the offseason. It's quantity as much as it is quality. You take on 7 new pitchers, hopefully 1 or 2 hit big. But you start trading some of these guys now. What are you really getting in return?
Martin, they're not happy. Let me see what we got here.
I think that says it
This guy's
all.
a big BK and Ferrario guy based
They're
on
not-
a very brief
they're
text
not
audit.
happy.
Sports dorks love that kind of stuff. Like people actually saying they like this show. It's almost like it's made up antics. It reminds me of a morning talk show in St. Louis. It's almost like made up antics. It reminds me of a morning talk show in St. Louis. Is that how you all landed here on this show? Is that how you all landed here on this show?
Okay.
Act like middle school boys
right.
for a few hours? It's from the 314.
Boy, that was close.
You want some?
He's grabbing his points, discount or suspension.
Oh, it's fine. Middle school boys. I kind of like that slogan.
Change the name. I don't know. I'm open to it. Was the morning grind, then the morning after, now middle school boys.
Welcome back. It's MSB. You have to abbreviate everything. So they're not a fan of us pointing out the Cub fan being kind of performative because we're middle school boys.
That's right. My wife and I are in the car this morning listening. This is her first time listening, and she's a Cub fan. For the record, I'm a Card fan. But this is hilarious content. Doug, that's from Jub the Rub. Now, what is the hilarious
I don't know.
content?
We haven't had any yet.
What about hologram guy?
Well, we're plumb out.
Doug is hot. Tim is hot. I can't decide who is the hottest. That's from Steven Time. I guess we could do another Twitter poll. So the first Twitter poll is, what bothered you more? Josh Hamilton's home run off of Jason Mott, or PCA and the pimping of the home run last night? Both top of the 10th. And then the next one is, who is the hottest?
Tim or Doug.
Right.
Nice polls.
I want to know what happened to Ed Time.
Oh, he's in there.
Is he?
He's not as active. I think for every
Steven feels to dominate
right.
Ed.
I think for every one Steven Time text, you're going to get, or for every 5 Steven Time texts, you're going to get about 1 Ed Time text.
Kind of like a Baldwin thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a nice analogy. The Time Brothers.
Can you rank the Baldwins?
Well, Alec has certainly had a tumultuous last couple of years.
But body work first.
Which one was in the fake Sopranos movie? Was that Steven Baldwin?
Steven's a little heavier than William, maybe?
Then give me Steven.
Okay. And Billy Baldwin might have been in Backdraft?
Yeah.
Don't know.
One of their daughters is married to Justin Bieber.
So our ranking's not really going too well here?
No, not at all.
There's Alec.
I'm not even sure if Justin Bieber's wife is actually related to any of the Baldwins. I know her last name was Baldwin, but I'm not positive.
That was a great take, though.
Job, send in pictures of your wife this morning. Thanks, Warsonwood's Wacko.
Well, he's not going to be able to see it anyway, is he?
Warsonwood's Wacko?
Yeah.
Maybe he is able to log into our text inbox.
You think
I
he's
hope
hacking
not.
us?
Good.
I hope not.
Good. You can also talk it over and complain about the program in the Form Energy YouTube chat. I see Ken Aggie Strode's in there, and he says, I like Scott and Art. I don't know what that means. I just glance in there.
Or did he mean Scotch?
Maybe Victor Scott.
Yeah.
Scott and Art. Or perhaps he's coming up with names for a young child.
He says he will be on with Ned Reynolds in Springfield at 8:30 to talk Cardinals, even though I haven't seen a game all year. Should be fun. Martin, that's an event coming up at 8:30.
That's who Springfield got as their Cardinal expert.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
There's a deep drive over the left field wall. They're gonna call that a home run. Haley Bieber is Stephen Baldwin's daughter.
I feel even better about my Stephen Baldwin
Now you're feeling good now.
ranking.
But here's Springfield trying to get someone from St. Louis to come on as an expert, and they found somebody who hasn't watched a game this year, and he's going to be their analyst.
But he's going to bring the heat.
Producer Joe used to do hits in Seattle talking
Mix
about
in the morning.
Was it to talk Rammies?
I think it was talking Rammies, NFC West rivals.
Okay.
And sometimes it was during our show.
St. Charles County bookmaker says, I was getting in over my head this morning when I was listening to Learn on the Riz Show talk about Doug's good looks yesterday. That's from the St. Charles County bookmaker.
Whoa.
Martin on after the morning after yesterday. Learn from the Riz Show, KC95, dropped by our studios and seemingly was enamored by Doug's good looks. It caught her off guard, and she became captivated, candidly.
I don't know about that.
I can have Jackson play the audio back.
I don't know what that was all
How do
about.
people, they just knock on the door and say, can I join you? And then they come into ATMA.
That's actually how it works.
You've done it.
That's worked
Can I
many
join you?
times that way. Sometimes they don't even knock. They just barge in.
Well, don't worry, Papers. I won't make that mistake again. Hey, how are you? Can I favor? Well, I'm sorry? Favor. Okay. Sorry.
Send me a text when you guys start talking about sex and other cool stuff. I'm tuning out for now. It's from Doug's jockstrap.
Oh. I don't think anybody wears a jock strap anymore.
All right.
Yeah. They used to be very folksy.
Yeah, it's because you can't.
Oddest piece of clothing ever.
That's what I'm saying. You can't. They now make the compression shorts
Yeah.
that have a little.
Support?
Yeah, well, no, they have
got little cup holders.
They got,
Slot for the
like
cup,
a slot is the perfect term for the cup because you can't walk around in just a jock strap.
Oh, people did it.
I know, but you look so ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Sure did. But everyone else was doing it too, so it didn't feel that bad.
No, certainly.
And we don't kink shame on this show, although in my inner dialogue I do. I feel like Chairman Kurt, who's a wonderful guy, a little unique, I feel like he might just wear a jockstrap for fun, even here to work. That's just my theory. Doug, what do you think? Is that a crazy thought?
I think it's very possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I feel better. Kurt, you don't have to.
Yeah, I wouldn't dismiss that at all.
I plead the fifth.
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying.
I can't believe that you guys escaped Iggy's cauldron when Learn fawned over Doug. She was really looking the Birdman of Marconi. That's from Arbor Day.
I think that was like saying, look at Grandpa, he's got good color.
Is that what that was the equivalent of?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know. And apparently she was on the Riz show this morning, raving, still captivated, still
saying,
fawning.
Well, it looks like he might not die next week. I think that's what that was about.
Good color.
Guys, I wear a jock strap when I golf and when I grocery shop. That's from the Worson Woods Wacko. I have pictures of Doug in a jock strap hanging over our family photo wall. That's from Steven Time. My wife wears a jock strap, but instead of a cup, it has a peg on it. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville, Webster Groves.
Oh.
Well, Doug, he's a sponsor, and so we have to read the text. Take a look at the contract.
I know.
I'm walking around in a jock strap right now. So that comment seems to have resonated. That's from Ray King.
Mm-hmm.
And in the 3 and 4, Tim, they'd like to know, does Polos Plus make one?
Oh, not a bad idea.
Why don't we come out with a line of TMA jock straps?
Clip that off.
No one else is doing it.
Doug, try wearing a bra every day all day. Stop whining about the damn ball hammock. That's Sharon in Clayton.
Who says I don't?
Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay.
How long do you think the Strode man has been begging Nettie Poo to get on that show? Thanks and free perk. We all stand with Mr. Martin. It's from Jackson's husband, Brian Henshin, who is at Colts camp. Slow day at Colts camp for the moment.
I guess, if he is indeed at Colts camp. It's been rumored that he's still covering the lacrosse beat.
Doug, would you like it if guys wear jock straps with Navy caps on the road? That's from the 314.
Well, ideally, you wouldn't see the jock strap.
You're getting close to kink shaming.
Well, and you certainly wouldn't wear it outside of the pants proper.
Hey, guys, I have a funny story. It's a bad way to start a text, just warning you. I wondered why you never read my texts. It turns out I was texting an old number. So there's someone that's gotten a lot of texts about Tim's unmistakable greatness, unprompted. But I'm sure they still get it. That's from Ichiro's American Hits.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah. If you start out with a funny story, you're telling people, please laugh at this because I think it's funny. You should just leave out the funny story and tell your story, right?
I think that probably would have been the better move.
Oh, okay.
I've had that. My buddy Mike Vintage, I started telling a story. I said, I got a great story. He said, don't say that. We'll tell you after.
We'll be the judge of that, Martin.
And then my buddy Urker chimed in and said, hold on. Body of work. I'm going to predict it's going to be a great story. I said, thank you for your support.
You got credibility.
Credibility, told the whole story, and then Vintage caved and said, that was a really great story. I said, thank you. But I agree with Tim overall. The premise, let people decide.
Right.
Oh, you guys are funny.
Especially in this particular audience where, candidly, nothing is ever good.
Yeah.
Let's see. Guys, we should make TMA girdles for the fats. That's from Mr. Seawalk. He's in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Doug, we're 10 subscribers away from you getting silver chunks.
Yeah.
Open up the YouTube app, type TMA STL, subscribe to the channel, and now we'll have 7,100 subscribers, and then they come in and deliver Doug's silver chunks as a reward for the 7,100 subscribers. Time Sharon must have cleared that Rodan and Fields overstock from her detached, quote, Clayton garage. She's real active this week. Less texty, more jazzercisey. That's from Arbor Day.
How would he know that she needs to go to jazzercise? He's just assuming?
That's Arbor Day. He's a 4-time texter of the year. He's got credibility, like Martin saying, I got a good story.
I'm always fascinated when the phone rings, Kurt starts talking to somebody. What could have prompted that?
The jazzercise text.
Based on all that's been discussed in this here show so far, somebody felt the need to call in.
It's probably the line of jock straps for marketing.
What's wrong with your phone line?
Hey, guys, your app had the wrong phone number for a long time. I was also texting the old number for several months. That's from Josh Bob Bill. So, Doug, we were putting out a wrong number from some gentleman, some nemesis of days gone by. Lots to choose from.
Whatever, dude.
Does ATMA have its own text line?
Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You bet.
But do you have names saved on that one?
Yeah, now how does that work, Papers? Did you have to go in there and save the names on After the Morning After? From 11 to 12, Doug.
No, for the most part, it carried over. quite easily.
Oh, is that right?
Well, I can export names and then re-import them. But a lot
You
of them,
can export names and re-import them.
What?
Hold on.
Gosh,
The text line is the same as when we used to be on that station for a couple of years.
Okay, so
I exported all the names.
Oh, is it really? It's the same number?
Not the
God.
same number, but the same text. We just picked a different number, but it's still the same. I'm sorry you don't understand. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I'm open to
Just
listening.
because it's a different number doesn't mean it's I have all the names saved on that account. It's a Google account, and I have all the names saved in that Google account. But the number changed because it was inactive for so long. Someone else took the number, but we just picked a new number with the same Google account, so it still had the same names in there. I don't know what's so funny.
I don't think this cleared anything up, Mr. Fauci. I don't understand. But it's okay.
No. I'm gonna re-explain it.
Hold on, Tim. Can I do a quick poll?
Yep.
Does anybody understand?
Okay, it's a Google Voice account.
Doug, it's a Google Voice.
That's
That's where
the
we're starting.
Google
So
account is the same account that we used on HD2 for several years.
Okay.
But because the phone line was inactive for so long, the phone number itself, it got taken. So when we went back to that same Google account
You could
to start
reassign
ATMA,
that Google account.
the
a
Google
new
account
number.
still had all the numbers saved, names and numbers, but the phone number itself had to change because it was inactive for so long. So when we made the switch from HD2 to 101 ESPN, I exported all the text names that I had saved for years on that one, inserted them to the 101 ESPN text line, and then when we went back, I exported that 101 ESPN text line and put it back on an ATMA.
Okay.
For the updated people who have joined late.
All right, I now understand.
Thank you.
But my brain also hurts.
Well, this is why they have younger people pushing the buttons and pulling the levers.
Some complaints are coming in regarding things that apparently have not been updated. Guys, this is the bounce back email for your Listener of the Month competition, and it says, thank you for signing up for the 2023 Listener of the Month competition.
Oh, no.
That's from
3
the
years
Hunchback
late.
of Vaughn Castle.
Well,
Guys, just so you know, on the HD2, Jackson's still saying the show runs from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., and now they're starting to come at us.
Yeah.
And now they're starting to come at
Had
us.
enough.
Here we go. Here we go.
Jackie needs a raise. That's from Patton.
I share
Based
that.
on all the work that you're doing.
Appreciate it.
I want
Very kind.
you should be the employee of the quarter.
I share that.
I've been stuffing the ballot box every quarter.
Too kind. Too kind.
They do give a Rock Star of the Month award here every month at the station.
Recorder.
This is your time, Papers.
I do the work and I whistle while I do it.
Now the fact
How about
that
that? Do you like that? I do the work and I whistle while I do. Whistle while you work. Is that Snow White?
think so.
Is it?
Some of the doors were certainly whistling.
Yeah.
But you're putting posters up around the building saying, "Hey, vote for me," and I'm like, that's probably off-putting.
You think campaigning is?
Yes, for Rockstar of the Quarter.
Doug, where can I get TMA anal beads where each bead is a picture of one of the hosts? That's from Marsh's Burger.
They're sold separately with the jock straps.
Cut that off.
Maybe a package deal coming around the Christmas season.
Jackie gives me a raise. ... That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Hell yeah, brother.
And he is the one, Martin, who sent in a picture of himself and his wife topless the other day to prove that even though he's 5'6", he could still land an attractive lass. And that wasn't met with the response maybe he had thought when he hit send.
But you appreciate the effort
You
nonetheless.
sure do. Yeah. Pucks on net.
100%. And inspired, which it always does when people send in pictures of their wives. One person does it and everyone's like, hey, everyone look at my wife. Which is odd to me because no one else can see it but us.
Mm-hmm. And usually they look like they're taken right from the pages of Victoria's Secret.
You can see the search engine still not cropped out.
Yeah. I was at the Cardinal game last night, and I saw Libby Jazz Hands in the tarps off section. I'm not sure how to say this, but he has 3 nipples. That's from Lady Sonia's Teacup. Jackson, were you with your new girlfriend and her sister and her sister's boyfriend in the tarps off section? That's question 1A. 1B is, do you have 3 nipples?
By and large, if a text starts with "I saw Libby Jack last night," whatever is to follow is pure hogwash.
Hogwash, I like that.
That's folksy.
Just never happened.
Did you see any
Totally
listeners at all?
hyperbole or made up. I didn't, not really, and I didn't sit in the tarps off section, and I have been blessed with only 2 nipples.
Would you rather have 3 or 1?
That's a good question.
Another Twitter poll. God, we're having a big day.
Probably 3. Like one right under one of the 2.
What, because it'll give you more pleasure?
It just feels more natural. Something about
Like a
it.
third nipple feels more natural.
And maybe if you only had one and it was in the dead center of the chest, it would give you some symmetry. Otherwise,
Like a cyclops.
Yeah, otherwise, yeah, right. It would feel kind of weird.
Hey, morons, I can still sign up for the 2025 Dotem in your app. That's from Jugs in D.C. Boy, they're holding up the mirror this morning, and I don't like what we see.
Yeah, it's tough to handle.
A rough morning.
Doug, Eric in the Central West End is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. He usually likes things, so this will be good. Eric in the Central West End, you're on with Jackson Burkett.
Well, that's who I wanted to talk to, actually.
Oh, okay, well, he's right here.
Bully.
Well, so I heard my name referenced the other day. You guys were talking about pedicures.
Yeah.
Gotta be honest, I'm going to side with Jackson on this one.
Oh, wow, common ground.
You like to get a pedicure,
Yeah.
do you, soy boy?
Yeah, man. Yeah, thanks, Doug. Yeah, man, for like the last, at least probably 15 years, once a month, got to get a pedicure.
Really?
I've only had
I
one,
recommend it.
but they really make your feet feel good.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's next level.
Yeah.
It's next level.
You can't clip your own toenails?
Well, you can, but you don't do it right.
Well, why not?
Well, you know, the professionals, they'll get the ingrown toenails out. They relieve a lot of pressure. Doug, I'm telling you, man, hey, if you've never had one, I guarantee you've got ingrown toenails and you don't even know it.
Well, no, I don't think I have any ingrown toenails.
Well, why don't we get a pedicure sometime?
Well,
together?
don't tell me what to do.
They'll root out some of the gunk.
I don't have a lot of gunk or ingrown toenails. But if you
Well,
enjoy
I
it, go
guarantee-
for it.
If you've never had one, you probably have pressure and gunk and you don't even realize it.
Okay, well, I don't have any plans to go, though.
Well, treat yourself, Doug.
Martin,
Okay.
what about you? You ever get one?
You know, I was just thinking about this. It was about a year ago. Never in my life I was forced to by Kelly Chase because he is a part owner investor. They've got a up in Edwardsville, beautiful facility, huge operation, and you can get a massage. You can get some of the women get some things done to their face.
Yeah.
And we were shooting a story because Chaser, the ultimate bully, is like, all right, we're doing the story. Meet me here. And I'm like, where am I going? And it's like clearly a woman's salon. And I go, are we talking hockey and your health? And he said, yeah, but first we're doing a tour. Like, and the photographer couldn't have been more confused. And he goes, here, put your feet in there. I go, I got to get going. He goes, sit down. And then I got a partial pedicure, I'd say. Very, very relaxing, Doug.
So Chaser's got a spa, like a nail spa?
Yeah, I don't know what the name of the place is. It called Evo, Tim, or Exo, or something like that? It's up in Edwardsville.
Yeah.
It's a big operation.
Typing it in now.
And you can, and they have like a bar. And I said, can we just eat lunch?
Exo Med Spa. Exo Med Spa.
Why don't you guys do a remote for
Jackson, how would you like to do a remote?
Love to.
All right.
With your feet in the water while you're doing the remote.
It legit sounds awesome.
I guess also another question, too, while we're kind of talking about it.
All
You
right.
guys, is it going to be ACT or SATs for the TMA University? Have you guys decided that?
Ooh, that's a good question. Are we an ACT university, Doug? Or
Anybody gets in with the right check.
Yeah.
Probably true.
Right.
For most colleges,
For
that's true.
Yeah, for the window dress, like just to go through the process, probably ACT. That's what most of the kids are taking these days.
Okay.
Okay. You interested in enrolling?
I was just wondering. Yeah, I am actually.
All right.
Probably my brother and my dad too.
All of you are going. Oh, it's nice.
It's going to be fun.
Just really nice.
We would like to.
All right. Well, study and take the test.
And and probably the Hunchback of Oak Castle too.
Are you cruising Lindbergh right now?
No, that's just a Hoosier truck next to me.
Okay.
It's funny of those.
Yeah.
Well, Eric, it's good to see you and Jackson on the same
Yeah,
page.
common
We
ground.
find common ground often, I feel.
And you're attracted
You know
to
what? And I
Eric, but you don't think he's attractive? Or he's
No.
attractive, but
Yes.
you're not attracted to him?
Correct. You nailed it.
Eric, are you attracted to Jackson at all? And maybe we could get you guys to go out and have yourselves a little drink.
I'm usually more, I don't know, I'm not really into the blonde or pale, but that's not to say that I couldn't be arm twisted.
For heaven's
Doug, I
sakes.
like where
For
this is
heaven's
going.
sakes.
It's an acquired taste.
Blonde and pale.
Yeah. But I will say this: there's some more common ground. Despite my text, I would be on board if the Trailblazers moved here.
Hell yeah.
More common ground.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This guy's
And I gotta be honest. I honestly think it would be, I know this is going to sound like a stupid hot take. What does NBA work in St. Louis? But I think it would really be a success. I really do. If they moved here, I think it would kind of be a pretty rowdy atmosphere. Like, I don't know what you guys think.
Oh, absolutely. This market historically has felt a great pride because most people who live here, not everybody, but most people who live here grew up here and inherited their passion for the market from their parents and grandparents and want to share it with their children. And so, yeah, if there was an NBA tier, absolutely. 100%.
I mean, if they moved here and they rebranded Spirits of St. Louis, brought back all the old jerseys,
orange costumes.
I mean, it would.
Great.
I mean, it would be ridiculous.
Nice. Papers, how about that? You and Eric in the Central West End are fast friends now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. How about
Get your season tickets.
You can find common ground.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I got to go. It was great talking.
Okay, sorry to bother you. All right. I read something the other day that said NBA teams demand that they have right to first scheduling in any building that they're in. I'm not 100% sure that that's true, but if it was, they might need their own building, or the Blues would take a severe hit.
So you're doing like one of those hologram TikToks right now?
Yeah.
I don't know all the details, but I'm concerned this may not work, and here's why.
There's always going to be a reason why it can't work. We're going to find the reason to make it work.
Well, that's why I vote for this guy year in, year out.
The reason to make it work might have to be build another arena.
And where would we build that?
I don't know. Oh boy, there's lots of empty land.
I think St. Gabriel's has the right capacity. If you look at how many people come to the 7th grade tournament,
50 or 60.
You're out of line.
Adam Silver was seen today over at Francis Park.
Tam Avenue in Nottingham.
When did this NBA discussion heat up? It was last week. I was not here. Yeah. I saw a lot of stuff online. It might have just been the guy at Channel 4 that posted about it, the reporter, David.
I think it really picked up, honestly. I don't really care. But we happen to have Mayor Spencer in here on Monday. And so I was reading a 2 Fox report last night, Martin.
I'm reading it right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And they cite our interview with Kara Spencer. And I said before she came in, I said, I'm going to ask her about the Trailblazers thing, even though I also am well aware, and I'm sure we've all done this probably hundreds of times apiece, we were asking somebody a question, probably like the people who were interviewing Dustin May last night. You know, he's thinking about the trade situation. He knows he can't say whatever he's really, really thinking. Cardinals can't say what's really, really going on, but you still have an obligation to ask a question. That's how I felt about the Portland Trailblazers thing. You can't, as the mayor of another city, say, yes, here is where we are, or no, it has absolutely no chance to happen, and here's why. She has to give. But it was her first time on the, as far as I know, by the way, with video. And then I don't know if it was Chairman Kurt who cut that video. Was that you? Chairman Kurt cut the video, went on social media, and then I think that kicked it up another notch. If you're just following the situation, the Portland situation has picked up over the last couple of weeks, even though Dundon bought them about 5 months ago. He is the owner of the Hurricanes who put his family all over the Stanley Cup.
Has anybody made the...
And then Chaffetz has bought a minority position.
Has anybody made that connection?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. There's some people who thought that Shirts might be in the mix for that job.
Right.
Well, that'd be fun.
Yeah, John Shirts
here and Shirts is the head coach.
But there is an updated article on The Athletic. I'll read that coming up on the other side of the break. But we've just done a 40-minute segment, and therefore we need a break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Is this Carole King? It sounds like that riff.
So. Yeah.
Jackson, what is this song about?
I don't know. The meaning of it? I don't know. But I know it rocks.
Is it her birthday?
No.
What are we doing then?
Just playing tunes.
All right, nothing wrong with that. Straightforward answer. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show also is watched on our TMA STL YouTube channel. That's where you can find us from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. After the morning after on the TMA STL YouTube channel from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. And then TMA here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from 7 to 11. You can always podcast anytime you want with the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app. The podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, my garage door broke last week. I texted that Jason Gossrow. I had a new garage door, I think, within like 45 seconds.
Really? That's quick work.
Here's the thing I would tell you about this new garage door. It's as quiet as a little gerbil making its way through a tube.
Oh.
Unbelievable. I enjoy opening my garage door now. Thank you, Jason Gossrow.
You just sit out there in a fold-out chair?
Just press the garage door open.
Wouldn't a gerbil protest pretty loudly?
I mean, this gerbil works for me.
You don't go quietly if you're in that situation, do you?
We will not go quietly into the tube.
Bill Pullman's Independence Day speech, 1996. Think about that.
Tim, was it the spring that snapped or the door break? Because ours was the spring that Jason
just wouldn't open.
Wow.
What was yours doing? Just wouldn't open?
The spring broke because he said, oh, there it is right there. And you look up and there's a giant spring split in half.
It makes a loud noise when it goes, too.
Look, Schaefer door, Doug.
Well, they can handle anything.
Yeah.
They were been to my house. I thought I was going to need a new garage door, too. But no, all I needed was a strut, which is like a support across the side of it. And they got that fixed lickety-split as well. Schaefer Door, they've seen it all at this point. They've been around in business for a long time. They can handle big, giant doors if you got a business or warehouse with those big, tall doors. Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. There's nothing you can throw at them that they haven't already seen and haven't already fixed. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. And one thing Schaefer Door has that the other guy doesn't have is that special Monday morning standby service. They put a few extra people on board for Monday mornings because that's when most of the calls come in. You have a problem over the weekend, the garage door won't go open on Monday. Schaefer Door will get right out there and get you fixed up just like they did with Tim, just like they did with me and with Martin, with everybody else that's ever dealt with them. Schaefer Door, just the absolute best overhead door company around. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. That's Schaefer with only one F, schaeferdoor.com. I'll go ahead and give you the phone number. Write it down if you can. 636-782-3608. You didn't get it. 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer.
Thank you to Jason Gossrow and Schaefer Door for fixing our garage door last week, and they have fixed many TMA listeners' garage doors over the years as they are longtime sponsors here on The Morning After. So this article this morning in The Athletic does mention St. Louis and the Portland Trailblazers. But I want to be very clear that the article is certainly more about the situation between Portland and the Blazers with the new ownership group. So it gives details and a backstory about the dispute for the record. For those of you just catching up on this, as it is starting to gain some attention in the St. Louis area and certainly around the NBA, the dispute is about who is going to pay for the renovations to the Moda Center. Looks like, if I'm doing the math, the Moda Center opened right around the time as the Enterprise Center did. And the deal was done in August of 2024 between the city of Portland and the estate of Paul Allen, Seahawks owner. And they sold the arena for $1. That's correct. $1. Yeah. So at that point, I would say you're probably ahead.
Sure.
He bought the team in 1988 and built the Moda Center in 95 with his own money. And after his death in 2018, control of the team was passed to his estate, which was run by his sister, Jody. All proceeds from the sale of the Blazers went to charity. The city also paid the estate $7.13 million for the land underneath the arena. Jody Allen and the team were unable to negotiate a long-term lease before the former lease expired in 2025. Thus, the side signed a 5-year bridge lease in August of 24 that keeps the Blazers in Portland through October of 2030. And the team also holds an option to extend that lease 5 years into 2035. The Blazers were bought by Tom Dundon. Chaffetz bought a minority position, but Dundon is the lead, and that took place this past spring. The crux of the disagreement is that before the city votes to give the Blazers $120 million, the 12-person city council has asked the Blazers to show how they will spend the money. The Blazers have been absent from the bargaining table and have yet to disclose their plans, renderings, or detailed projects specific to the council or city administrators. And meanwhile, the 5 county commissioners are trying to appease union and voter concerns that the funding would take away from more critical and pressing county services. The county has proposed using a tax on rental cars to help cover the $88 million the county would fund. So that is at the core what is going on. The article then gets into what it would look like if the Blazers did want to move. The NBA has a procedure in place if a team wants to leave its city, outlined in its league's constitution. The Blazers would have to put in an application to the league and pay a $250,000 fee by March 1st, the season before they want to move. Adam Silver would then appoint a relocation committee of at least 5 team governors, which would have 120 days to review the relocation application and deliver a recommendation to approve it or to deny it. Owners would then need to approve the move by a majority vote, not the 3/4 approval the league needs for many other important issues in front of the Board of Governors. The league can impose that the Blazers indemnify the league and agree to pay a relocation fee. Indemnification was a thing that Kroenke was adamant about and, of course, played out when the city of St. Louis got its money, which is what Kara Spencer was in here talking about on Monday when we asked her about the Portland Trail Blazers. And that clip can be seen on the TMA STL Instagram account and the TMA STL Twitter account when she was asked about the Portland Trail Blazers situation here on this show. So then they asked the final question: where could the Blazers go if they decide to leave? If the NBA does go to Las Vegas or Seattle, it will be through expansion. The league is exploring that right now, and it wouldn't pass up $6 to $10 billion in expansion fees. So where else could the Blazers go? And then they start listing the possible cities. Raleigh comes to mind. Dundon's Hurricanes play there, and their arena did just get renovated. Raleigh is roughly the same size media market as Portland, but the Hornets play 150 miles away in Charlotte. Austin, about 200 miles from Dallas, where Dundon lives, could make sense, but the San Antonio Spurs are trying to expand their market to capture the city. Would the Memphis Grizzlies consent to Nashville accepting a new team? Kansas City has an arena and is waiting with open arms, but would the NBA want the Blazers moving to a city that is outside the top 30 as a media market and by metropolitan population? Tampa is the largest media market in the U.S. without an NBA team. Tampa's number 11. Then Seattle, but as just mentioned, expansion. Then Raleigh, 22. And then St. Louis at 24. By the way, I thought we were 23. We just keep dropping every time I read one of these articles.
Yeah, we did.
The case might just come down to which city is willing to offer the best sweetheart deal for an arena and a slew of tax incentives for the Blazers to come. So there is your update from The Athletic. This morning, brand new story, just posted a couple hours ago.
Well, you would think when the Portland mayor's office or city council or whatever it was asked how you're going to spend the money, and the Trailblazers didn't come back and say, well, we're going to do this and that and the other, that kind of leads you to believe they're not really interested in renovating their own arena.
I agree with you, Doug. I think that is a very tight read, sir.
Yeah, they want the city to take care of all of that, and if they won't do that, they'll explore other options.
Well, apparently the city has the money. They just want to know how it's going to be spent. And
right.
when the team doesn't come back and say, we're going to do this, kind of leads you to believe they're not interested in spending it anyway.
Right.
It's kind of like when we proposed a new stadium here in St. Louis, and the Rams said, yeah, that's great, but we're not interested in that anyway.
100%.
Yeah, it's a pretty classic battle. The question is, will that, in that city's more progressive, will they get the politicians to eventually do what almost every city does, is say, okay, fine, here's the money.
Right.
That's what they almost all do, is eventually just cave and say, all right, we'll give you the money. Will that be different in Portland? But I don't want to be negative, but I don't see the NBA as a league wanting to come to St. Louis.
Oh, my goodness. And here comes Jackson. Jackson, can you believe
I'm just
what Martin
saying, I think the
Kilcoyne just said
league,
to
and
you?
I'll go back to even Mark Sauer when he was working with Bill Laurie. Mm-hmm. And he said after Bill Laurie had the Grizzlies and then he didn't, and then they went to Memphis, he said, we couldn't even get a call back from the commissioner's office.
Right. Well, I think that last line that Tim read is like, the case might come down to which city is willing to offer the best sweetheart deal for an arena and a slew of tax incentives for the Blazers to come.
Right.
So
if you roll out the red carpet, give them a John Shaw first-tier lease, amendment, whatever you need to do, can you make it so they just can't say no? I guess that's possible, but I think the league, if you had to guess, now Austin's tricky because of
they
Dallas,
have 3
San
teams
Antonio,
in
Houston are all in Texas.
Yeah.
But I would see the league being more progressive. Hey, let's go to Mexico. Let's do maybe.
Really? You think they?
I'm just saying the league, I think, would have a more progressive vision, and even going to smaller markets. I mean, that's kind of what the NBA has a lot of already. I don't know that would be a drawback. In other words,
right?
So it'd be great. I would love it. It'd be great.
It's my opinion. I emphasize this based on Mayor Spencer's reaction when I asked her the question, that it wasn't something that was really actively being pursued in City Hall at the moment. I also think if this were to take place, it wouldn't be people at City Hall that would be the instigators. It would have to be big dollar people in the St. Louis area, or big dollar people who would like to see St. Louis have an NBA team, or just big dollar people who want to have an NBA team and are saying, okay, which market would be the one that would acquiesce to our terms most favorably, and then you go to St. Louis. But there are a couple of things that do work in St. Louis's favor, and whether this is reality or fantasy, these parts are facts. As you heard, it's one of the 4 largest media markets without an NBA team. One of those is Tampa. That's market 11, as the story stated. Then you go into Seattle, but Seattle is likely to get an expansion team. Then you go into Raleigh, which is just barely ahead of St. Louis. I do wonder, does that look like the one that would make the most sense, since he's already in that building with the Hurricanes?
That, when you look at it from that angle, absolutely. But then
you go into the Charlotte Hornets element, and to me, that's what
you need. 2 teams in North Carolina.
So that's where I think you would have pushback. And then you talk about Nashville. That, to me, is actually the one that I think kind of makes the most sense.
That would make me sweat the most. If they were to put together like a package to try to bring someone in, that would be the one that would scare me the most. Because, like, when you look at something like Tampa, you're close enough to Orlando. I don't know if you'd necessarily, like, obviously Tampa is a huge market, and Florida is a destination people are moving to, but you're right there with Orlando. And then Raleigh's, right, obviously the owner owns the Hurricanes, but you're 150 miles away from Charlotte. Nashville would scare me. Austin, I don't think is a realistic one either. Kansas City scares me. Nashville and Kansas City, those would be the 2 that would threaten St. Louis to me the most.
I think some of these cities that are growing like weeds right now, like Tampa and Austin and Nashville, even if there is another team within a couple 100 miles, these cities are so big and growing so quickly. I would think you would take a chance on one of those cities over St. Louis, which is growing the opposite direction. We're getting smaller. These other cities are bursting at the seams right now. Why wouldn't you want a part of that if you're a franchise?
Because we have Han.
I don't know that Han's enough.
The presentation, the paperwork includes Han bombs. Isn't your gut that they'll stay in Portland?
No,
it's not?
Absolutely not. I'm surprised to hear you say that, actually, because I feel like you were locked in on that Ram stuff as well. Yeah.
I feel like the cities always cave. Now, a progressive city like Portland.
Yeah, I mean, you got to factor in this is Portland. We're not in Florida or Texas.
Well, that's a big piece of it, too.
It is their only franchise, though. You'd think they would do absolutely everything to hang on to it.
Whoa, Jackson, would you like to tell
the team? They got a soccer team.
I stand with Doug on that take. I like this line. City Council President Jamie Dunphy invited the Blazers to join the City Council Thursday for a 3-hour work session to go over their concerns and desires for the term sheet. The Blazers said they are considering attending, but have not given a definitive yes or no. So they're trying to work it out. The Blazers said, we'll think about coming to that. Because if they don't go, no point in having the 3-hour session.
You wouldn't think so.
Right. So to me, it doesn't seem like Blazers ownership is all that interested, unless it's like, here's the money, no questions asked, you can do it.
So you see this mirroring kind of the Kroenke deal, like you got to throw anything at us, we're not really listening yet. There's no secret plan. Go ahead.
Because you have a new owner who is, I'm going to use the term mercurial, Doug.
I don't really care for it, but go ahead.
One who this is like, for example, the Paul Allen family and then the estate, they took the proceeds and they donated it to charity. This wasn't their big thing. And of course, anybody, at least in the 21st century, who owns a team, unless it was passed down from generations, they made their money big time in another industry, and then this becomes certainly a wonderful investment as we see these things appreciate, but they're trained killers. That's how they get to the point of being multi-billionaires in a position to buy a franchise. It's a little different than when families owned teams in the 1950s. So with that all established, I think Tom Dundon and the ownership group go, my God, we're in a wonderful position. We've got an expiring lease, sound familiar, St. Louisans, and we're in a market with a franchise where we could take it and put it somewhere else where it increases in value. And we saw what happened. If you want to use St. Louis as an example, where the Rams went from being worth about $2 billion to now it's the third most valuable franchise in all of American sports at $10 billion. Now, it's number one, an NFL franchise, and number two, fueled by the fact that Stan Kroenke owns that building. But with that said, this is a position that you dream of. And I also would imagine it was something that was attractive to those putting in money to acquire the team from the Paul Allen family estate. The lease that allows that fluidity. It's a golden play if you're an investor. You're in a great spot. This is what Demoff told me on a phone call. I said, when Stan exercised his right of first refusal, did you guys know you were moving from that moment? He said, I know nobody will believe me, but it's just you and me on the phone call. He goes, we knew we were in a great spot. We were either going to get a sweetheart deal from St. Louis, or if we didn't, we would be in position to move. But when he exercised his right of first refusal, they hadn't picked out that land at Hollywood Park. But they knew they would then have the flexibility to go. They were either going to get a great deal in St. Louis, like Portland, or they were going to get the fluidity, the flexibility for their group to move and increase the value of the franchise and increase their revenues. So that was the mindset. And I think that's probably what's going on if you're an investor in the Portland Trailblazers. You are in a wonderful position. You have that flexibility. There are only so many teams available, and you are in a position where you can take your beautiful lady right around the marketplace and say, oh, Nashville, what can you do for us? Kansas City, what can you do for us? I got to be honest with you, I think Kansas City would be the play as much as I want it to be St. Louis. They've had that arena sitting there for an NBA team or an NHL team for a while now, right?
Mm-hmm. Unless you just want the bigger market. If you want your franchise to go up drastically in value almost immediately, you move to a much bigger media market.
But then it's like, what? So then it's just Tampa, just because it's
Tampa and Austin, as fast as that's growing, as fast as people are moving into Florida and Texas, those markets are going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and ours is going to get smaller and smaller.
Again, Han.
No.
I just don't see Tampa. I don't see.
And why is that?
This is my blink. It just doesn't feel like an NBA city. That may be a terrible take, but I think Austin, even though there's all those other teams, they could get blocked because of that. It feels like a city on the rise would be more of an NBA choice. Like even Nashville, which might be getting a baseball team too.
Nashville and Kansas City, to me, are I remain that those feel like the bigger threats. I mean, you've had Austin, you're right in the center of three.
What about Louisville?
No.
You can be in the center, but if your city's big enough to support it, just like New York's got how many franchises they have in all kinds of sports, but the city's big enough to support them all. And these cities in Texas and Florida, they're large enough, even if there is another team a couple hundred miles away.
Doug, as you know, Mr. Licks is probably our wealthiest listener, I think.
I would think so, yeah.
And I don't know if he was an investor in Live Golf, and maybe now he will have a little more available capital. But he says, if I were the county executive, I'd be shouting out loud to any media I can talk to that we will do whatever it takes to get an NBA team. Our mayor is taking a different approach because when you guys asked her on the show about it, she clearly had no idea what you were talking about. That's from Mr. Licks. Well, the county executive race is underway, and the election, I mean, in theory, ends next week. But you never know. It's primary season. Hello, primary season. Guess Martin will have the county executive candidates come on by and see what their case is.
In defense of Kara Spencer, when these guys at the NBA, at the highest level of the NBA, are talking about what they're going to do with their franchise and what cities they might They might go to, they're not calling all the mayors. They might call the people that control the buildings, but I don't think they're calling all the mayors to
Do you know
say,
who
what do you
controls the
think?
building in St. Louis?
Who?
The city of St. Louis.
Well, I still don't think that would be one of their first calls.
Well, I'm not saying it'd be one of their first calls. Your responsibility as a leader is to lead.
Yeah, if she has the
and therefore
power,
you're not passive, you're active.
And the leverage to convince people like this that this is where you're going to go. I don't think that would be one of the early things that you would do in the process. Maybe it is, but I would think you're going to want to talk with the money people first and foremost, and be more concerned just with the market size and where the potential for the maximum growth would be.
It's the mayor's responsibility to make the call. Doug, that's Steven time. Brothers time, Ed, Steven.
And I agree with that as much as I'd say the NBA probably isn't interested in St. Louis. If I'm St. Louis, I put my best foot forward and say, here's what we can offer. Here's what we've talked about. Here's what the Blues think about it. Here's some of the positives. Here's why it works. And maybe get Chaffetz on the phone, who loves St. Louis, and just say, hey, you and me talking. I'm the mayor. You're a billionaire business guy. What can we cook up? Right. I think that's the call you make.
One of the anecdotes that, honestly, in all the time we've been doing this show, and we've all been lucky enough to be working in our hometowns doing this stuff, for me, in my, 26 years doing television and radio, and it wasn't a public thing, but I am aware of this, that drove me up the wall with regard to the quote was one thing, because that was public. We slayed the dragon that is the NFL. And then you see how that money situation's played out, which many thought would be the case. Doug, you were one of those people saying this is going to wind up being a cluster. And I recall you saying that the morning after the settlement was announced, is that in that conversation, when St. Louis had the absolute pinnacle of leverage, when they were in a position to actually really slay the dragon, one of the conversations held with a super prominent government official was, what are you doing about potentially getting a team out of this? And the response was, well, we're just letting the attorneys handle that. And again, that's a person in a position of power. And I'm going, and the person who relayed the story to me, that's not the way that it works. The attorneys are not motivated by getting a team. The attorneys are motivated by getting their dollars. So you instruct your attorneys. I would imagine we've all had attorneys. The attorneys will give you counsel, but the attorneys are receiving their compensation from you or your business. And that is why I go back to leaders lead. It can be uncomfortable, but that's the cost of doing business. That's why you have the C on your sweater. It might be uncomfortable, but if you want to play big boy games, you got to play in big boy ways. And I think that's what we miss around here, at least over the last few decades. And that's why we're sitting in the cuck chair. So leaders got to lead. And it might be uncomfortable and you might lose, but at least you put a puck on net. That's where we miss. Your thoughts are welcome, 314-399-9646. You're welcome to call in as well at 314-974-0101. And you can talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. The Cardinals win in walk-off fashion last evening. They try to split the series against the Cubs today with a 1:15 p.m. first pitch. Andre Palante taking them out for the Cardinals. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Is this from Boogie Nights?
Amongst other things.
Yeah. It was a pop hit there for a while. Before the
Melanie.
Yeah.
And today's theme is we're just playing tunes.
Playing tunes, dude.
Playing tunes, dude.
Playing tunes, dude. I like that. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, little Jackie Papers, who loves the Rascal Puff, and Chairman Kurt taking phone calls over there. Callier and Thompson, phone lines. Chairman Kurt, how are the phone lines? I know you're also leading a football team, TMA University, and we have brand new jock straps that are available.
Yeah, I see that, David.
Beautiful.
Phone lines, we got one person on hold. Chuck and Soulard he dropped. We've got Ray King available.
Oh, God.
Boy, Ray King, Martin, pitched for the Cardinals years ago. Trevor Rosenthal, who pitched for the Cardinals years ago, is going to be in studio, at 9:30?
9:30.
Oh, really?
Confirmed. He's in town this week. He was living here for quite a while. I think lives in... We can get an NBA take from him.
Yeah.
I think he lives in Houston.
He loves the Rockets.
We'll find out.
KD.
Here is Ray King, Doug, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN. A lot of Cardinal and Portland Trailblazer talk this morning.
Okay.
Yes, Ray.
Hey, boys.
Hey, Ray.
Hello, Ray.
I think the NBA would absolutely work in St. Louis.
Nice hot take. Why do you think it would work?
Oh, I don't know. I guess people would go to it or something.
Oh,
Look at that.
That's good reason.
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a couple things here. Friend of the program, Tom Schmidt, they announced that they're closing a couple locations. I think it was Hampton and Ellisville.
Yeah.
Their last day of service is Saturday, so listeners go get some great barbecue from that bestie Tom. He's cute as a button.
Okay.
Yeah, he is cute. You're right.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll do well in their final weekend.
Yeah, you can get that off the menu item, the Ray King. It's a brisket sandwich with a side of a brisket sandwich.
Nice. Heavy on the meat.
And earlier you guys were talking about a bunch of updates needed. It sounds like you guys got a bunch of tech debt. I could probably take care of that for you if you need to. Only thing, Doug has to just eat my bottom.
Put him down! Put him down! Get off the station! Put him down!
But in fairness, he did make a proposal.
Ray King has been suspended. He's been suspended a period of 2 days' time. His name, as we speak, is going into the appliance discounter suspension log. He's also being hit with a 45%
45% tariff?
That's right.
Does that affect his texting abilities as well?
It does. He'll have to cut back on his texting by 45%.
Sensational.
There's the cat. Cat was talking over the Von
That
Herrera
can't feel
last
good.
night.
That kind of punishment cannot feel good.
Well, it's Appliance Discounters who sponsors that suspension log you will hear on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you can watch the program and go back and podcast it and talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat with other listeners like the Never-Ending Wipe and Iggy's Prison Window Hand and eggplant emojis and Doug's Closet Hanger. Hey, St. Louis Appliance Discounters has always been known to have the lowest prices in town. Well, it just got better. Come by the Appliance Discounters outlet store located at 9425 Gravois in Afton. The store is filled with slightly dinged or dented closeout or one-of-a-kind appliances, and believe it or not, they're priced even lower than their other 4 showroom stores. Some items are priced more than 60% off than the competition. So, if you're in the spot that I was in a few weeks ago, needed a new refrigerator, went to the Appliance Discounters and worked with the Bradley family, and we have a wonderful new refrigerator now in our home. All come with a full factory warranty. If you don't mind a small ding or dent, you'll save big. The outlet store is open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., or you can shop the outlet store online at theappliancediscounters.com. That's theappliancediscounters.com. So here's what we got. We got Brad Thompson on the Polos Plus dossier. Usually he's at 9:30, but today, because Trevor Rosenthal's coming in studio, he's at 8:30. And then we'll have Trevor Rosenthal at 9:30. Then we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. So far on the program in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour, first half of the hour, talking about the Cardinal walk-off win over the Cubs. And the second half of the hour, talking about the latest story in The Athletic with the Portland Trail Blazers. They are having a city council meeting and the potential for the Blazers to move. The story getting more attention here, in particular this week, as Mayor Kara Spencer was in studio on TMA, and we asked her about it. She certainly was not against it. Again, my read is that she doesn't necessarily know much about it at this moment, but she certainly was not against it. And I think we all agree, but I don't want to put words in your guys' mouths, that this isn't something that the mayor is going to be able to do on her own. It's going to require a big dollar investor, whether somebody who just wants to get an NBA team or somebody who is from St. Louis who wants to bring an NBA team here. The mayor would be more in the category of getting the assist, the county executive more in the category of getting the assist, but it's going to take somebody with big dollars to get the goal. You're welcome to give your thoughts at 314-399-9646. And you're also welcome to call in at 314-974-0101. Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, Doug, with an optimistic thought.
What do you say?
It's more likely that the Cardinals move to Nashville than the Trailblazers ever coming here. This city's dying. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Huh. What if Tatum and Beal got behind it just as voices? They've also both got tons of money. Not saying they have to throw it into the pot, but could say...
Think it would help.
You think that'd help, Paper?
Tatum's on record saying he wants a WNBA team in St. Louis.
Right. I don't know how much, as an active NBA player,
you can say, get him out of Portland.
Right, yeah.
Not a real
move
cool
this team, and then I know I play for Boston, but I want the team to move to St. Louis and would likely then join them.
By the time his career's over, he'll probably be pushing $1 billion in earnings.
Yeah.
Beal's
like
probably about
money.
$500 million.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying they need to throw it in the pot, but their names behind it.
Would agree.
It would more likely take somebody like Dave Stewart to say, I'll take care of this.
Yeah. I think from a public standpoint, in terms of like...
But you have an owner already.
Right. I'm talking about like from garnering like public interest or like public support. People like Tatum and Beal would be instrumental, but for like the actual logistical, get this through the end zone here, we need someone with big money. Doug's point is more salient.
I would think, yeah. Money is all they're interested in.
Right.
That it gets down to how much money can we make somewhere else, I think.
Well, yeah.
And I just don't think St. Louis can compete with the bigger markets for that. How could we? Much smaller local media market than the Tampas and some of these other places. And like I said before, we're going in the wrong direction. Some of these other cities are just bursting with new population. I don't know how we compete with that.
You sound optimistic about it.
Well, if you're Portland, would St. Louis be on the top of your list?
Again, the article said it's like whoever can bring out the sweetheart deal and tax incentives. That obviously it's just the writer theorizing, but
yeah.
I mean, they're already valued at $4.25 billion. The idea that they're going to double if they go to Tampa is not accurate. They can increase their value, but they're valued very high as it is. Like the idea that they would go double or triple it somewhere else is...
No, maybe not that, but is their value going to go up if they move here?
I would think. I don't know by how much. I don't know how these things all work, but, you know, I imagine that they would.
I don't know.
Mr. Licks is going to call in, I guess. Chairman Kurt, is he on the line?
No, but Chuck and Girl are back.
Doug, Chuck and Girl.
Okay.
Mr. Licks, Chairman Kurt standing by, but right now the time is allocated to Chuck and Girl. Doug, Chuck and Girl are on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Chuck and Girl.
Fellas. How we doing?
Well, we're fine. You?
Good. Yeah, I got my my lovely fiance in the car with me. We are headed to the Smoky Mountains, Great Smoky Mountain National Park.
Well, that's fabulous.
And she says she hates the show and doesn't understand why I listen to you guys. And I told her I can kick her out now. What do you think? Should I kick her out now and let her walk or what?
I wouldn't kick her out. Maybe let her out at a truck stop.
Yeah.
You don't want to
way more reasonable, Doug.
Yeah.
That's the right thing to do. Better optics.
Easier to make a call if she needs to. Get a bite to eat. And don't just throw her out of the car.
Okay, I'll give her a little bit longer. It's just see if she can warm up to the idea of you guys.
Has she been? Chuck and Soulard, now Chuck and Girl, has she been specific at all in her critique?
Just she doesn't understand the show. She doesn't understand what we're talking about. I mean, what the banter is, what's going on with the text line. She says you guys don't talk sports or talk any relevant conversations.
All true.
Yeah, so far she's dead on.
So, I mean, that's true, but I'm just like, you just have to listen more and understand it. But I'm not interested in basketball so much. I'm going to avoid that conversation with you guys. I am more interested in the doggies, or
Jackson.
soccer team.
That Jackson's
And,
here.
What's up?
I was fortunate enough to, I believe Tim McKernan was on the big board there during the game, and I was like, holy cow, that's
I'm
really
gonna bet the under.
I was impressed.
Martin right now with a tight read. It could have just been another short, pale, bald
There was
narcissist.
Shane Robinson, maybe, former Cardinal?
Shane. Vern Troyer.
Well, either way, I guess I was just imagining him being there taking in the doggies game, which they're on a run right now. They're hot.
They are on a heater, Doug. Here come the doggies.
3 in a row. They won.
Does Chuck and Girl go to games together? Is that the proper grammar?
Yeah, we've been to some games together for sure. I mean, it's a good time there. They put on a good performance, and they've made a couple good signings recently. So I think the team is looking better than they did, say, last year or so.
Or just a couple months ago.
Or a couple months ago, yeah, true.
Doug Heater.
Yeah, it's exciting. As are the Smoky Mountains, which is where you're heading. Why are you going there?
Just a little vacay, a little trip, Doug. So we just left St. Louis about an hour ago. So we've got a long road ahead. I figured I need to waste some of this trip on calling you guys. So.
Yeah, well, thanks for wasting the time on our show.
Right. Yeah. We appreciate it.
Do you think your call has helped win her over?
No, not at all.
Okay.
He hates this.
Yeah.
I feel like he advanced the concept of what the morning after could be in that moment.
Really?
It's Buck Swope right there.
Was that like a TED Talk?
Buck Swope does Swope's picks. You know what you need to have your fiance do, Chuck, is listen to some Swope's picks to give some historical context to this program. Buck Swope just interviewed me last week, Martin, for a special 2-part episode he's doing on the show's relationship with Lisa Ann and the unfortunate falling out between Lisa Ann and Ken Iggy Strode, where Iggy actually got sideways with somebody.
It is. I mean, that's a great recommendation, and it's truly upsetting that Iggy had to ruin that relationship with Lisa Ann, because she was a great asset to the show, a great part of it. She would come to town, and it did kind of just put a sour taste or sour look on the show. But we kind of expect that from the one and only Ken Iggy Strode. So.
Chuck, a lot of folks on the text line have suggestions for you, but they also want to know, would the girl like to speak?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Martin.
Girl, would you like to speak? She's just shaking her head no.
No,
Do you have her tied up in the car?
Doug wants me to ask you to ask her if she's ever been with a woman. Could you just real quickly on that?
The look on her face says no, but I can't say for sure.
Ooh, Doug. I might go to the Smoky Mountains and see what the word is. Jackson, didn't you go down there to a cabin with like 12 guys?
Yeah, there's a lot of dudes.
But it's never enough, right?
Well, what can I say?
Chuck, any other thoughts while you drive to the Smoky Mountains?
No, not really. This is just kind of part of the trip, just making memories. So I appreciate it. You taking my call. Love the show.
God bless, Doug. There's Chuck
Well, thanks,
Soulard,
Chuck.
a girl who does not enjoy the program.
No.
Strong call.
Yeah, very nice. On their way to the Smoky Mountains.
Thought maybe he was going to keep us on the line for the entire drive.
Strong call.
Thank you.
Mr. Licks does not believe there was a woman in the vehicle.
We heard
Mr.
her.
Licks was on hold. Mr. Licks is not on hold, but he is texting in to say that there was not a woman in the vehicle.
We did hear.
I
thought I heard her voice.
Yes.
Yeah. She didn't seem interested even in the slightest.
It's a good read also.
But every critique was really accurate.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's part of the charm. That's what I don't think she's getting.
Chuck's definitely going to Gatlinburg. That's from Dad Bod.
Probably around there.
We're in the Smokies. You're in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. The eastern portion of it.
But it's a big area, right? Smokies.
Yeah.
So you can
Yeah, I've done a lot of driving through the Smokies over the years.
Yeah. It's pretty.
I guess en route to
Florida.
Yeah, Jupiter.
Yeah, you can go through there.
It's like what, in between Chattanooga and Atlanta, or Nashville and Chattanooga? Hell, I don't know.
Nashville, Atlanta, you'd have Chattanooga and the Smokies right there.
Yeah.
And you drive through there for like an hour or two.
Oh, Doug, it's scary.
Yeah,
It's not that scary.
It can get tight. It can get tight.
See?
What do you mean it can get tight? You're on a big interstate highway.
I know, but it can get windy and elevation changes.
Don't they have those runaway truck lanes?
Yes,
too?
they do,
Those
Sherman.
are
That's
scary.
exactly right. Doug,
Yeah.
Scare, okay.
Dud,
Try
yeah.
to get through it.
Jeez. Mario Andretti over here is not too worried.
They've gotten rid of a lot of those, and I'm always thinking, but just in case, I'd leave them open.
I agree.
You see them closed off. I'm like, well, yeah,
If I'm driving truck, I wouldn't mind the idea of having, a parachute.
Because it's not. I mean, it's not like they put in flower beds. They'll just put up some like steel girder, clothes. I'm like, well, it kind of served a purpose.
I agree.
I heard a story today while I was listening to the folksy radio on the way here that they were dealing with some big truck accident. I'm not sure where it was. I think far North County maybe, where a semi overturned carrying groceries, and the groceries were all over the street, but they couldn't locate the driver, which must have meant that he probably wasn't a legal driver, maybe, and when he wrecked it, he got up and ran. Get out of there. Mm-hmm. That's what you have to worry about, those big vehicles and people that aren't properly trained to drive.
Doug, it's like when you get your drugs stolen, you can't call the cops.
No, you cannot. I never have.
Oh.
For your drugs? Sharon in Clayton says driving through the Smokies is precarious for sure, which sounds like she's saying it is scary.
I've driven through there many times. I was never scared.
Mr. Licks is on hold if you're interested.
Doug, Mr. Licks is on hold. He did not believe there was a female in the vehicle with Chuck, and he is here to talk about it on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Mr. Licks.
Good morning, Tim. Thank you for having me. I'll make this one quick. I know the audience probably doesn't want to hear from me, but I will just say that was the scariest call I've ever listened to.
Why is that?
I am seriously concerned for that woman's safety.
Do you think there's a kidnapping involved?
Something. I don't know who calls in and say I'm taking my female to the Smoky Mountains.
Well, it's kind of a folksy old school vacation trip.
Yeah, and just imagine the conversation before that call. Hey, I'm going to call into the radio show. It's going to be so funny. Watch this.
Okay.
She's miserable right now.
Oh, Offie's back. They're having a fun little getaway. It's going to be a little weekend trip.
I'm sorry, Martin. What is it?
No, you go ahead. Have we addressed? Have you had your live exit interview yet?
I don't think it's the appropriate time yet, and why would there be an exit interview when we're already planning on for 27? So I don't understand the question.
Do we want to do predictionary on the 2027 live season?
Sure.
So you say there will be a 2027 live season?
Yes. Definitively.
Wow.
Yeah. So who eats ham salad?
Ham salad?
Agreed.
Papers. You've won papers over there. Liz.
I see it at the grocery store. It looks like cat food.
Thank you. Right. I don't understand, Jackson. It looks like a pile of puke.
Yeah, it's really gnarly looking.
And honestly, I've never seen the level of the ham salad go down in the container. It's always full. So who are they making it for?
I don't know. It really looks all sorts of nasty.
Doug, it seems like a food from your era. Can you explain it?
I've never even heard of ham salad until this very phone call.
Oh, is that right? Never seen it in the deli?
No.
I think the same thing when I see it. I'm like, oh, God, bless America.
Like, as Doug said, how hungry do you have to be?
Yeah.
It's pink.
It's pink, and I assume it's just filled with mayonnaise.
Hey, we got this giant ham that everyone loves. What can we do with it? Let's smash it into
It's like you took a
mush.
ham sandwich, let someone take 2 bites, and then spit it back in this container.
Oh. Okay, are you done, Lex?
That was a nice little topic.
It wasn't that.
And then, yeah, it was. And then, Doug, I didn't appreciate how you handled the NBA discussion and us getting a team.
You think we're getting one?
You seem to think that there's nothing that the city leaders or county leaders should be doing right now, and instead we should just wait
No, I think the people that will make it happen are the people that have the money. If it's going to happen.
When you think what? What did you say?
I said if it's going to happen, it'll be done by the people that have the money.
Yeah, so you would just want to sit and wait.
Well, it's up to the people that have the money if they're going to sit and wait or aggressively go for a team.
You kind of want to let the world move without you. How did that work out for local news? Or sorry, Martin. How did that work for online?
We're meeting the moment as we speak.
Website? What? I don't. How would you court a girl, Doug, at the sock hop? Would you just sit on the bleachers?
Well, first you admire their poodle skirt.
Right.
Yeah, you thought it's a nice poodle skirt, and you say, would you like to wear my pin or my Letterman sweater? And then you roll up your blue jeans to expose the white socks you're wearing, and then you go and you dance at the sock hop. You dance the night away.
Do the Lindy hop.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Charleston.
So how can we get to the dancing part with the Trailblazers if we don't ask them if they like the pin on our shirt? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Letterman sweater.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of a cardigan.
Yeah, it was a cardigan.
Don't you think that's what we should be doing? How else would you court somebody?
Should probably be doing all of it, but if the money is not there, the money, if they're going to demand a new building, the money, if they're looking to sell a part of the franchise, it's going to take money, big money.
If only there was a pot of money that we just fell into in the city of St. Louis.
Yeah, well, that's not going to go to bring an NBA team here.
I'm starting to think Chuck's girl right now is saying, man, they were talking ham salad. Now they're talking NBA. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, we need to snort a rail of Adderall.
All right. My brother texted me ham salad. Ha ha. He's really liking the call.
That's his brother.
All right. And then the other thing I wanted to say, I did switch all of my enterprise over to James Carlton, and he saved me $4,000.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've ever said.
Now I realize that's probably in the category of a drop in the bucket for a gentleman with your kind of wealth, but still $4,000, Doug. That's what James Carlton did for Mr. Licks. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net, and maybe James can save you $4,000 in the audience. How about that?
I'm trying to be relatable to the audience.
Yeah. And like for most people, $4,000 means something, I realize, probably not necessarily yourself.
It's basically a World Cup ticket these days.
No. Yeah, one World Cup ticket.
Okay.
That's pretty much all I had for this morning.
Well, that's good.
I think it was a great call.
It wasn't that great.
I enjoyed it. You're the man, Lex.
Okay, that was weird, Jackson, but thank you.
Okay, enough of Lex.
He's gone, just like that.
Can't win them all. I was really just trying to get them off the line.
Because Brad Thompson is scheduled to join us.
I'm sure he's really
a touch
pleased.
behind.
We moved his slot, and now we're way behind getting to that time that we chose.
And here you are, and there you are, the crawl into the break, the Kilcoyne special.
The Martin special is to crawl into a break. What does that mean?
Limping to a break.
Limping to a break. That's right.
I've been
and Martin's a nostalgia merchant.
When Tim's out, I've been accused by papers of...
We'll, be right there going to a break, and then they'll, read one more text.
All right, we really need to get to a break. It's 8:34 on this Thursday, which means tomorrow's Friday. What do you got going this weekend,
There it
baby?
is. It does.
That's folksy.
It makes me giggle.
Brad Thompson next, TMA 101 ESPN. Well, Doug, it just happened. You're moments away from being presented with silver chunks because the TMA STL YouTube channel just hit that 7,100 subscriber benchmark. Okay. Congratulations. And so what happens? They wheel in silver chunks?
I would imagine so, probably in a wheelbarrow, and I'll put that with the gold bullion that I got earlier.
And you're getting paid. Mm-hmm. Cardinals with an incredible win last night. And I don't know if it was Brad Thompson who's going to join us here in a matter of moments, or Chip Carey, or Danny Wexelman, or Rick Horton, or maybe everybody, all of the above. Maybe the cat when he was talking to Ivan Herrera. Even though it wasn't by definition a must-win, it felt like it was starting to get into that category, and at the very least, it's a win that reminds you of the first couple of months of the season when the Cardinals were seemingly doing that every other night. Joining us right now to talk about it from the call last night and today's day game festivities, friend of the program, Brad Thompson, here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Brad.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing today?
Fired up. I love that one, and I'm sure many people in the audience did as well. Probably a pleasant surprise after PCA did what he did. I'm sure most people, I know I was one of them, were thinking, oh, my God, here we go again, and it's him doing it that way. And then the Cardinals got the rally going, and sure enough, Herrera capitalized on a pitcher who was struggling from the outset of that inning in Thornton. But, yeah, it did kind of strike me as the proverbial must win, even though by definition it wasn't a must win. How did it feel to you guys in the booth?
No, I agree with you, and I'd love to get into that after we talk ham salad, because at 8:30 I tuned into this program. I'm driving to the stadium. I turned in around 8:30, just to see what was going on, since I was supposed to join you then. And I heard a little ham salad conversation, and I'm going to be totally honest with you, gentlemen. I have never heard of ham salad. I have no idea what that is, and it sounds awful.
It does.
If you see it, it looks even worse, Brad. It's one of these things. See, Doug's in a position now with his wealth, kind of like former Major League Baseball players, that you guys don't have to go to the grocery stores like guys like me and Martin. Jackson, of course, doesn't even know what a grocery store is. He eats at Sportsman's Park every day. So in the deli section, you'll see these wonderful salads they've prepared for you, Doug. You'll sometimes see a chicken salad. Jackson raves about the Straub's chicken salad. I don't know what that is. That. And then you'll see this pinkish blob that is a combination of ham, a lot of mayonnaise, and maybe some kind of pickled element in there, Doug, and you just wash it down by the spoonful. Yeah, that's the ham salad.
It's a sweet pickle relish, mayonnaise, and hard-boiled eggs.
Oh, Brad. Doug.
Huh. Oh, my. I thought that was Jell-O. I thought that was some sort of Jell-O. I'm sure I've seen this before. Oh, okay. Well, now I know. I'm not going to get it. It's not one of those things that like, I got to try that. Everybody says it's great. And I'm sure it is. Somebody put it together for a reason. All those things must combine into something yummy, but it doesn't look like it. So anyways, getting back to the question that you asked, yes, like we all know this season, it's gonna have ups and downs, going to have all its turns. We'll see. We'll see where the Cardinals end up at the end of things. But what they need to be able to do throughout a season with a young team is you have to treat every day like it's its own day. You have to be able to snap back momentum at times, and that's what they were able to do. They got a good pitching performance after they had struggled on that side, certainly struggled with their bats the first couple of games, and obviously struggled with their bats until the 10th inning in the ball game yesterday. But they figured out a way to get it done, and especially after getting punched in the face by a PCA home run where he flexed at every base. I mean, he hit a different pose everywhere, whether it was at home, flex. And look, do your thing. The Cardinal fans have turned him into the villain. He did the villain thing, and he had his moment. And for Cubs fans, it was loud for a minute, and they took over. And then the Cardinal fans were able to answer back when Herrera did his thing. So just like the overall momentum and the overall feelings and the experiences for these young guys in a moment like that, it's huge. And for Herrera, you heard him talking to Jim Hayes after the game. He's been frustrated with the season to this point, what he's been able to do offensively. And he said he's trusting in the work and just keep putting it in. He's done it before at this level. He knows that he can do it. But it's starting to come along. This lineup looks a whole lot different when Herrera is slugging, and we've seen some of that the last couple of days.
Was it fairly obvious to everyone that Dustin May is getting traded traded. Otherwise, you don't take him out in that. You don't take a guy out with 70-some-odd pitches after 5 shutout innings without. I said it's almost as if Heim called down to Ali on the phone and said, that's enough. We're good. We can make our sales pitch just went up a tick. Pretty clear what's going on.
Well, pretty clear this show can jump to conclusions.
Thank you, Brad.
Unbelievable. No, I mean, yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense, right? When you take him out, he had 70 pitches he was dealing. Look, I think that Dustin May was a really good fit here for him and a really good fit here for the Cardinals. I feel like this was probably part of the thought process with him. You bring in a guy that has some experience, that has high-end stuff, that you hope you can keep healthy, and he can keep himself healthy. We know that's been the issue throughout the career there for Dustin May. And you hope he has a reclamation season. And then if he does, chances are this was part of the process of thinking that you could potentially flip him at the deadline. So I don't know what it looks like. And there's also the thought of you can always bring him back if you really want to. If you think he's that good of a fit for your room, if you are able to move him, then you bring him back. I thought he was a perfect fit for these guys. I thought that they worked together well. I feel like he really learned. I'm sure he'll talk about it more, if he gets traded or not. He has talked about how much he's learned from this staff and how much tinkering has gone on throughout the season. But yeah, I mean, he got generally when the starter comes out of a game, he'll get the hugs from the other starters. He might get a fist pump here and there, but usually it's not a whole hug line. So that was a little different feel to it. But I'm happy for Dustin. However, Lance, like if he stays in St. Louis, great. If he gets moved, good for him. I hope it's a good fit. But I'm just happy for him that he's been able to put together this sort of season where there is traction around him, being part of a team that could go on and contend even further.
He pretty much dominated a very good Cubs lineup. Do you think May has a lot of value on the market or no?
It's difficult to say, Doug. Like the hard part is how many starters are going to be available, who's going to be selling. Like that's how it always is. It's supply and demand. So you look at May, and I mean you look at some of the starters out there. I know that the Angels have some guys, that Seattle has some guys. I think Robbie Ray is a name that's been thrown out quite a bit with San Francisco. But there's going to be interest in Dustin, especially with the high-octane stuff that he has. And look, is there volatility in his game? Yeah, we've seen it this year. We've seen the highs and we've seen the lows, but the stuff has been there. And sometimes raw stuff, especially late in the season, is going to be really good. So, yeah, certainly I think that there will be plenty of traction. I'm sure Heim and company have fielded a whole lot of phone calls over the last few weeks. I got a feeling that this weekend is going to be an incredibly busy one for them, but just comes down to what that market looks like. But I think there will be a lot of traction for him.
You talked about Crow Armstrong pimping his home run around the bases. That gets a lot of the fans riled up. Does it really bother the opposing players, or do they know that that's just kind of part of the show?
You know what? It's things have changed quite a bit over a couple of years, and I think that is more. It's more accepted now than ever before. You're going to be more mad about the pitch that you threw that he hit out, a changeup that you cut instead of went away from you, than you are about his antics. Now, I will say, even in the world we live in now, I think that these things can figure themselves out. Who knows, right? And maybe it figured itself out last night by. Like that of just coming right back and winning that ball game. If PCA and Cubs fans thought that his moment, all of that, which was in the moment again awesome, was going to be the shining part of the evening, turned out not to be the case, right? So I don't think that it's as frowned upon as it used to be. Old school baseball me doesn't love it as much. I had a chance yesterday. I got a random call from an old teammate. You guys remember Russ Springer?
Oh, Russ Springer, sure.
So, yeah, got a call from Spring Dog. I got a feeling that if it were him pitching the next time up, there's a good chance he's going to have one of those. He would call it the soul taker, where he hits you right in the back, and then you arch your back and head goes towards the sky. Good chance like he would have had one of those, but baseball's changed a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, I think it was the Cardinals, and I don't know which Dodgers series because there were a bunch of them in 09, 13, and 14, where the Dodgers would do this little thing when they would get on base, and Wainwright, and we know Adam Wainwright well enough to know that he's not like talking. He was just making an observation. I think he said, they kind of do that Mickey Mouse stuff over there.
Yeah.
Remember that? And then so Adrian Gonzalez was doing Mickey Mouse ears and it was so benign, and we wouldn't even think a thing of it in 2026. But I don't know if it was Jose Bautista's home run with the bat flip against the Rangers that really stood out. That was a moment where bat flips and posing after home runs became just kind of standard and accepted, and something that truly, like for a Russ Springer era player, you would have gotten one right up high the next time you came up to the plate. It's just standard operating procedure in 2026, isn't it?
Yeah, and maybe a couple of guys around you too, just to make sure you got the point. Like that's kind of how it used to be. Yeah, I don't know when that moment happened. Again, look, I realize the whole let the kids play thing. These kids are having fun. You go to any little whether good, bad, indifferent, whatever. You go to any youth baseball tournament on a weekend. A kid hits a double. There's a good chance that kid's not just popping up and standing there. He's doing something. There's some sort of celebration that's there with his teammates. It can be enjoyable. I still am. I'm still a big proponent of respecting the opposition, right, as much as you possibly can. There's a fine line between the two of them, but either way, it worked out perfect for the Cardinals. PCA, look, if that dude's on your team, you love every bit of what he's doing and the way that he's doing it. There's no harm in him having a little fun with the season that he's having.
We had your old skipper, Tony La Russa, on yesterday, and one of the topics was about Busch Stadium 3 and how it plays for hitters, whether it's unfair to hitters. A lot of folks focused on Alec Burleson the other night that said blank this or whatever, and we theorized it was about a deep fly that didn't leave the park. I think Tony, by and large, said it's good that way. It makes it fair for the pitchers as opposed to some of the bandboxes that are out there now. What was your thought on that? And do you think would it ever make sense to move the fences in a little?
I personally, and again, very, very skewed on this, being a former pitcher, but I do align with Tony a little bit on this. I don't think that there's any reason to move in the fences. I do think that is the kind of beauty of baseball, is that you do have some different elements at different places. And, I understand Alec Burleson's frustration. You know how many of those he's had? And actually, there's probably a tangible answer. I'm sure I could go on Baseball Savant and see how many home runs at every other ballpark, but I guarantee his number at Busch Stadium's a lot lower than every other place that he would be. But personally, I don't see moving in the fences. Look, this is still, we got to remember, this is still a pitching staff that pitches to contact. This is a staff that is not striking out the world. I think it would just come out in the wash if you did something like that, right? You're robbing Peter to pay Paul if you do that. But I am interested from your guys' perspective. I've heard this a lot. Where would you lean? Would you like to see in a game where everybody loves to see a lot of offense? Would you guys like to see the fences in?
I think I would. Yeah, I like to see home runs, high-scoring games.
I personally like the dimensions. At the same time, I think the context for me versus, say, Doug, for example, and perhaps some people in the audience, is I grew up with the Cardinals' home ballpark being even more cavernous than it is now. And being a child of the 1980s and watching the Cardinals utilize that to their advantage with signing guys and developing guys who flew around the bases and playing a huge role in their success. But now we see base running and the stolen base having a much less prominent impact on team strategy. So I don't know if that is something that the Cardinals could or ever would lean into, going back to that Whitey ball style of play. And also, importantly, that, of course, was on AstroTurf, whereas this is now natural grass.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to build that, right? I'd say right now, maybe the closest team to that is maybe the Brewers. I think the Brewers have the fewest home runs in all of baseball. They steal a lot of bags. I believe they lead baseball in doubles, and it certainly works for them. Now, the other part of that is their pitching is ridiculous, top to bottom. Bullpens lights out. Their starters are really good. So it can work, but I think it's very difficult to build for that, right? In an era right now of power and slug, building for speed doesn't necessarily fit. Now, it's great. I love speed elements. Like the thought of Victor Scott II is ripping bags left and right was a great one and is a great one. And I hope that we end up seeing a lot of that. But the idea of building a lot of it, I feel like, is very difficult nowadays.
Yeah, I think I would leave it as is. To me, as a viewer, it doesn't seem unbelievably unfair. You know, I think it's, if I'm Arenado and I'm Burleson, I might feel strongly against it. But it doesn't seem to be, to me, a huge issue.
Yeah, Burley has been robbed many a times at this ballpark, and PCA was robbed in the same ball game on a dead fly ball to center field, right? We talk about these things come out in the wash, like, well, there you go. Your pitcher was able to keep one in. Unfortunately, he kept one in for you as well. But hopefully when the Cardinals hit the road, you know who I'm excited to see hit in Yankee Stadium? Alec Burleson when we go on the road. Oh, my goodness. Go to Toronto first, and then go to New York, go to Yankee Stadium. That'll be nice. You can flick the wrist, hopefully hit a couple there, and make up for some of the ones where he got every bit of a baseball but didn't get out of Busch Stadium.
But he's on pace now to hit 21, 22 home runs. If he played in a friendlier stadium like that, that might be 31 or 32 home runs. Could mean his value would have a whole different level to it. He could be costing him millions. You can see why he's frustrated.
Yeah, of course. Look, you always want those counting numbers. That being said, we're smart enough in baseball that we can equate all of those things, right? You go down, you standardize all of the starts, just like the same idea where people aren't fooled that you had way more home runs. Let's say if you're a left-handed hitter at Yankee Stadium, it's like, oh, he hit 40, he's a 40 home run guy. You're going to go and look at the numbers and be like, oh, okay, well, 15 of those aren't out in different ballparks, right? So I don't think that he's costing himself any money. Look, the counting numbers are great for all of us, but front offices are going to dig in a little bit further than that. So, but he wants to. I truly believe this. I don't think Burleson doesn't want the home runs for his counting numbers, and he's not thinking about that contract. He wants to win baseball games. Like he wants it for that, and for that, I respect the heck out of it.
Brad Thompson with us here on the program. Cardinals, really surprisingly so, especially considering where things were about 11 hours ago, in a position to split this series with the Cubs. Andre Palante on the mound going up against Javier Assad before heading out on the road to Toronto and the Bronx. Brad Thompson with us every Thursday on TMA. Enjoy the festivities today, Brad. Appreciate the time, man.
All right, guys, you enjoy the show and some ham salad.
Yeah, some ham salad, Doug. Thank you, Brad.
All right,
That's Brad Thompson on the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA 101 ESPN. You're welcome to participate as well by calling into the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101, by texting in 314-399-9646, by opening up your YouTube app, subscribing to the TMA STL YouTube channel, and talking it over with 289 friends in the TMA STL YouTube channel, or emailing in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Martin, you know something about that Seth Goldcamp?
Seth Goldcamp is fourth-generation family-owned and operated business. They've been doing this for more than a century. Love the fact, St. Louis-based, family-owned. And when it's your name and your family business, there's a different level of pride there. And that's why Seth and the team make sure you have a great experience. And one of the things they talk to their employees about is not upselling. When you have a repair that needs to be done, the last thing you need is somebody trying to sell you something that you don't need. That's why he works with his staff, the team, to make sure that does not take place. DesignerService.com, the website. You can sign up for that maintenance plan. That way, things are taken care of on a consistent basis. Really makes a lot of sense. You don't want that surprise in the middle of winter when the furnace goes out at night, or the AC in the middle of the summer. So sign up for the maintenance plan, and just know when you're working with Design Air, you get the best of the best when it comes to HVAC service around St. Louis. There's a reason they've been doing this for a long time, and they continue to have just a great list. And I wouldn't even say just the employees. Doug likes to name. I just want to say they're all great.
Yeah, well,
I don't want to leave anybody out, Doug.
Yeah, well, that's true.
They're all great, and that's why we endorse Design Air, the longest-running sponsor here on TMA. Find out more at designairservice.com.
The program is called TMA. Trevor Rosenthal, former Cardinal reliever, going to be in studio at 9:30 in these Stiefel studios. That's on the Polos Plus dossier. We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Watch the show. We are on the TMA STL YouTube channel live every day from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. That's Monday through Thursday with After the Morning After, and 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Every day, Monday through Friday, of course, with TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, Chairman Kurt, filtering phone calls and emails. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Doug Jackson's just playing music today.
That's okay.
There's no theme.
Fine.
Just open up the Form Energy YouTube chat, and the first thing I see is Iggy announced he was offered a job at the Fan in Toronto, but it was too expensive to live there, so he's staying here.
All right. That's recently he was offered this gig.
I don't know. I open up the Form Energy YouTube chat, and then I like to read the people in there, like Percy Blumpkin, Doug's Closet Hanger, Jeremy Hodge, Eric with 2 C's, and the TMA Remote Lamp, who are all talking It Won't Flush. But also in there is Iggy Strode, who says, I was offered a job at the Fan in Toronto, but it was too expensive to live there. I've never been to Toronto. Any boys ever been there?
I have.
Oh, a bunch, yeah. My sister lived there for a while.
I hear it's the bee's knees.
Great city. I mean, it's New York because it's big, but it's clean and safe. Love Toronto.
Cardinals will be there.
T.O. Yeah, this weekend. That's right.
Yeah, Blue Jays.
Hockey Hall of Fame is right there in downtown Toronto.
Not far from that CN Tower. So, Iggy, that's current news, or is he a nostalgia merchant, much like myself?
I don't know. I said long time ago. There you go.
Okay.
Also, the Pope is in there, and he has an article from the Oregonian. Doug, do you subscribe to the Oregonian?
I let my subscription lapse.
And that was because you loved the editorial section.
I didn't care for it.
They are writing an article this morning that is up on the Oregonian, but it is a paywall, and I am not a subscriber. But the Pope is saying that they are talking about their concern for the Blazers moving to another city, and they talk about St. Louis being one of the potential landing spots in the Oregonian. To update those of you just tuning in, Trevor Rosenthal is going to be with us at 9:30. Brad Thompson was just with us, so certainly a lot of conversation about the Cardinals beating the Cubs last night in thrilling walk-off fashion after Pete Crow Armstrong's 2-run home run in the top of the 10th inning with Ivan Herrera's walk-off double. But running parallel to that conversation, an article in The Athletic this morning regarding the Portland Trailblazers and the potential for them to be moving as they have a city council meeting that they have invited the Blazers to appear at this morning in Portland. And the Blazers have said they are considering showing up. Which is kind of how a lot of my invites in high school went to Coriezu and
hey, girls.
Notre Dame. Yeah, I was high-pitched. I didn't even try St. Joe or Villa, being honest with everybody.
Too out of your league? Too ritzy?
Well, I had a Pontiac Grand Am with a spoiler, and I bust tables at Pietro's, and I'm just not sure the fathers of the daughters at those two particular academies were looking for me to be with their daughters.
Well, I have a carport.
And there was also that.
Wasn't there a time when you needed a step stool to get up into your car? Was that? Did I see a picture of that somewhere?
And then there were these little like stilts that I'd have to adjust, like Emmanuel Lewis, Miss Webster, to be able to touch. No, I had to get a step stool to get up on the chair when I would dance for the waiter at Pietro's.
Oh, that's right.
Chase this dough and get money.
Yep. That's what my goal was.
Okay.
Oh, God. That whole scene that you describe at Pietro's really gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Delicious steak fries.
Did you ever alert the authorities?
It's not even the shot. No. It's not a shot at the restaurant. I've dined at the restaurant. It's wonderful.
Delicious.
Oh, it's great.
Glorious.
Right there, would it be on Watson?
Yeah, Doug, right there by Trattoria Marcella, Donut Drive-In.
Yeah.
The Old Mom's Deli, which is now a Korean market.
Which I want to go try.
The Korean market.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's a coffee shop that's like an old gas station.
Yeah, Blueprint's right there.
And Ted Drew's is just a short distance.
Just a little bit to the southwest. You're right, you're right.
LeGrand's right there.
Oh, you better believe it, Jackie Papers. Give me a legend if you don't mind with some of that potato salad, eh?
It's a fantastic lunch.
Were you guys jealous yesterday when I sent the Booch's Burgers?
Yeah.
A picture for
no
you
fries,
guys?
though.
Yeah. How good did that burger look, though?
Are you about to tell me they have fries there now?
No, but I
Okay.
was going to tell this group. So Lensman Jake and I were down there. We did an interview with Laird Veach, the athletic director. We got a bunch of different Mizzou shows going on. And I said, we got to grab a bite to eat, maybe do a little editing over at the table. So we go to Booch's. And the lady said immediately, I don't know if it's just I look like a fat guy who's going to ask. I swear, before we ordered or said anything, she said, we don't have fries.
Oh, no.
Like she knew.
She knew it was coming.
Like looking at me, and I stared at the menu, and before I could ask a question, she said, and we don't have fries.
Yeah.
Like, do I look like a guy who's about to demand some deep fried food?
Booch's, as much as I love it, and I truly love it with all my heart, is not known for its warm and welcoming environment. It's kind of, know what you want to order. No, we don't have fries. Yes, you can get chips. Bathrooms in the back.
Is that what they have instead of fries? It's just chips?
Potato chips, yeah. The burger's so good it doesn't even matter.
And the bathroom's a bit like an outhouse.
Oh, it's
And then there's a little sink next to
a
it
little gnarly.
outside.
It's got character.
Sure, a lot of pool tables.
But
I hadn't been there in a while.
How good was that burger?
Both of them were great.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of small.
They are small.
And they don't have fries.
I've done 3 for a dinner session. I could do 3 easily.
Hey, Biggie's is there, you dumb mother effers. That's from Chairman Steve in Des Moines. And he is mad. See, don't get me wrong. I love Biggie's. Doug, the steak sandwich, the Price family. Oh, how do you do?
Yeah.
But I picture Biggie's being a little further to the, what would you say, northwest there?
Yeah, northwest. Yeah. If we're considering, like, you could walk.
Sections.
You could walk from Pietro's to Donut Drive-In to Ted Drew's to LeGrand's.
Yeah, so you can wash it down. So you get your Pietro's, then you wash it down with some donuts, then you go get some frozen custard, and then you get another sandwich over at LeGrand's.
Yeah, you get 5,000 calories.
You get a legend, and you claim it's for the next day.
Yeah.
But really, about 11:45 that night, you might have half, and then half turns into a whole because
And
you
that's
have half a
a
legend.
good time of night to be eating.
Yeah, 100%. And then the next morning, you wake up and explode.
Right.
And then repeat the cycle.
What do we do, a food crawl instead of a pub crawl?
That's not a bad idea.
That sounds great.
So we're going to do a man camp and now a food crawl? Boy, we're doing a lot of events.
Yeah, it's a big summer for us.
That 44 Canteen in Columbia don't play. One of the better college town dining establishments on par with Trapeze in Athens and City Grocery in Oxford. Doug, that's Alan Dadeville, and he loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia.
44 Canteen's my spot.
That's where you recommended me and my wife go a couple years ago, and isn't that where the Mater D hit on my wife?
Yes.
God, I was trying to make that happen.
Yeah, in terms
It was fine. She was fine, too. She was fine.
Full 180 in terms of the welcoming atmosphere from our friends over at Pooch's.
That's true.
Food at both establishments, fantastic.
But if you're looking for Sappho's,
yeah, I wouldn't go to Pooch's for Sappho's. I wouldn't go, really, No, nowhere.
Also not on the menu.
Do places advertise that?
Nowhere on 9th Street are you going to find any Sappho's.
9th Street?
Yeah, that's a Broadway. You got to go on Broadway or Walnut, really.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got
Doug Walnut,
you got to go a little north. But yeah, 44 Canteen, Korean barbecue taco. Thank you.
It was the bee's knees. My wife and I were sitting there going, man, this Jackie Papers gave us a nice recommendation.
For me and my dad would go like every time. He would come up once a month or two for a conference at for Missouri Department of Education. We go to dinner. Really wonderful times.
Tim, I would have let you date my daughter. That's from Cucks McGee. Thank you.
That's nice.
I can attest to the wealth-shaming parents of Coriezu girls. I grew up in the State Streets, and we had to tell parents we were in Oakville instead of the South Side. That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Had to make up your high school?
Yeah.
Well, Coriezu is where the really smart girls go, though, right? That's for the straight A students?
They get a little Ladue High, probably.
There you go. They go to Ladue High, he says.
I don't know.
I think Coriezu has a really good academic reputation.
That's the reputation.
As does Ladue.
Thank you.
Doug, we have back-to-back texts wanting to sign up for this food crawl.
Okay, yeah.
Tim's Offshore Bookie and Stephen Wildwood. They are in.
Nice. All right.
And Steve will have a thermos full of Manhattans, as will I.
Yeah.
Swing Haven board member is sending in pictures of himself and his wife. And Martin, he has come into studio, but he has never brought her, and Iggy believes that she is not real. So there is your update on the Swing Haven board member who is active this morning in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
No, just send me some stuff.
Lying your way into Oakville is a tough life. That's from Arbor Day.
It's a public school, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Patty Maroon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hometown hero, baby.
But so you wouldn't have to, if you live in the district, I mean, that kind of does it, doesn't it?
I'm in for the food crawl as well. Sounds bussy. Doug, that's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man, who Jackson early on identified as having blue feet and turned out to be right.
Could you imagine the group of walruses we could put together to walk up and down and have a food crawl?
All we're going to do is go from Pietro's to Donut Drive-In to Ted Drew's, and then we'll have dessert at LeGrand's with the sandwich.
Oh, gosh.
Just to wash it down.
Right. And then I guess we can go over to my parents' house, which is right by there, and Joe Roderick can crap out and
Roderick it out. Yeah.
Yep.
That sounds great. And then play with
Timmy, I don't need that crap over. Your mother and I, that's fine. Oh, damn it, Missy, where are we going? All these guys come over here.
Then you get a couple of pops of Rockwell.
Leaving porn videos around the house again.
Yeah,
where's crap?
And then we go play wiffle ball at Francis P.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
I think if Roderick's ever in the area and he's just got to go, he just
goes in there.
Hey, McKernan family, how are you? I was here a couple years back.
Yeah, I defecated in your house a few years ago.
Oh.
Guys, I'll fly in for the food crawl. Jugs in D.C. is now in.
Oh, yeah.
This is starting to happen.
It'll be whales on parade.
We got to cross the. I mean,
putting green included.
Chippewa there. That's a busy thoroughfare. We're gonna have some of these guys maybe
Police escort
stretch before we make that crossing of the road there.
Guys, don't forget about the official garb of Oakville, the Oakville tuxedo, a Blues jersey, jeans, and some sort of AB apparel. That's from Cheese Deluxe. Is that correct? Is that what that's called?
It's an Oakville tuxedo.
Well, that reminds me. Maybe it was a Carlos Spicy Wiener text that Gardetto's is the Cottleville caviar, which seemed unfair at the time.
I am not a walrus, but a food crawl sounds pretty good. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack. Not his wife, but Scott himself.
Right.
So he's in. So this is starting to really turn into something.
I think that Stevie Comarak would whip up some T-Ravs over there at Trattoria Marcella.
Nice.
That part of the,
Mark, their toasted ravioli there. The
doesn't
bee's
play.
knees.
Yeah, that's a traveling snack.
I would say, yeah, he may not want all of us to come in, but maybe out on the curb.
Traveling snack. We could all have a couple, and you could have some pocket ravioli.
What are we scooping at Pietro's? Fries?
Oh, yeah, they got great fries.
Yeah, probably maybe some pasta with clam sauce.
Nice.
Tough to walk.
Go easy on Oakville, Jackson. That's from the Oakville Hoosiers.
What the hell did I do? I'm standing up for it.
That is a pretty sweet tux, though. That's from the 636.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Better pack a portable defibrillator for this food crawl. That's from Doug's Prison Walk.
I would think so.
We're close enough to some hospitals.
Guys, I grew up in North County, and I always thought South City was a mythological place that didn't really exist, like Atlantis. That's from Minute Bowl Eligible. No, it's wonderful.
It is great.
Great treats. What's better culinary-wise, Jackson, South Side or North Side? Go. Because you're unbiased.
Would you consider like some like the Del Mar Loop, the North Side?
I would say that's
the
central.
dividing line, buddy.
Yeah, that's the famous Del Mar Divide, Martin.
Well, I've definitely eaten more and had more food in South Side, so I don't know if my judgment would be fair.
Okay.
But I prefer the food on the South Side.
Okay, there it is.
Isn't Pelusi's bar, is that Blarney's is right there, too? If you took it, and Donut Drive-Ins to the right.
He's always at JJ Twiggs. That's real fun.
I thought if you took a left there, there'd be that Blarney's or Barney's. You know what I'm talking about? Before you get to Hampton.
Yeah,
I thought that, maybe Joe and I went there once.
It's Hampton and Chippewa, just to the just to the west of the intersection.
I watched Mizzou, Kentucky there when they did the fake punt.
Yeah.
Because the bar I was originally at didn't have the SEC network, which seems like a big miss.
We already have 81 baseball games to unite the broke fatties. Do we really need another event? That's from the 636. Doesn't sound like he's on board with that.
No.
Who's the broke fatty in this situation?
Flip that off.
Do we really need another event?
Add Nubbies in Oakville to your food crawl. That's from a fan of the box. I have heard great things about Nubbies. I've never had it, though.
Never been.
Have you, any of you guys? We're trying to keep the food crawl to about a half mile because we are worried about being held liable for the heart attacks.
Yeah. So you're going to have to keep it.
Council has advised us to.
Yeah. Probably nowhere to the west of Ted Drew's.
Martin, Barney's is in South City. The Blarney is off Telegraph in Oakville. It's from the 314.
I think I've been to both.
Yeah.
But Barney's was with Joe. I don't know why, but.
It's right there in that little strip mall across from Target.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there. I'm solid.
Well, they're saying that somebody suggested I'd never been there. Not true. And then you go a little further down, you got the famous bar.
Right.
Cousin John and I used to hang out there.
Yeah, that's right. The Wendy's on Hampton is a hotbed of sapphic activity.
I can't
and they have
imagine.
fries. That's the unknown DJ.
By 44, I've been. It's not that.
I think it's by Watson.
There's a Wendy's there
That
on
Penn
Watson?
Station is. I think it's new, isn't it?
No,
is that right?
No, it's by
I
44.
can only think of the one on 44. And that's
by
a
the old
hotbed
car wash there?
By the Hardee's.
So that's like an Indigo Girls show, apparently?
No, I've been there. Not a scene.
You sure? Because I'm about to go.
Positive.
How many Wendy's are really a scene?
The one on Manchester and Rock Hill. You can get
It's
after
a
it there.
scene?
You can get after it a little there.
Well, you can dance and there's a band.
It's got ample parking. Yeah, you can really hang out.
I do like free parking.
No, it's
If
good.
you cross 255 for cuisine, you are without a doubt morbidly obese. That's from Arbor Day. Is that actually...
What if you cross state lines? Like if you go into Illinois, like if you're really hungry for some place in Illinois and you drive half an hour to get there from Missouri, would that make you a broke fatty?
I've done that for Andrea's.
Yeah, that's what first came to mind.
All right, you guys want to go to the Wendy's first for an appetizer and then go over to Andrea's?
I think it's a good idea.
Don't you save Wendy's for the scene afterwards?
You go back for a Frosty and some love.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys, I just drove by the intersection of Hampton and Chippewa, and Jake Reynolds is already standing in the corner waiting for the TMA Food Crawl to start. That's from Big Tuft.
I don't know.
Well, no problem with being first in line.
We could bring Iggy's buddy back in that has his own sandwich, and he could do the crawl with us.
Oh, yeah. Big Mike from Long Island.
We started at that Subway that's tucked behind the car wash.
Well, it's a little out
Kings
of the
Highway.
way. A little out of the way.
Yeah. And what was it? He just had this. He just like ordered a sandwich, and that was the deal. I missed
But
that.
he drove all over the country.
I was ill.
Oh, you were ill for that?
Yeah.
That was quite a time.
You may
it was
want to
only
go
a few
back.
weeks ago. It was
You want to go back and PDL?
quite a time.
PLTD.
Get involved in the program. Trevor Rosenthal is going to be in studio here.
Not if he's been listening.
Yeah, that's probably going to eliminate it. But Michael's Baths, Martin, is still on board with this program. Michael's Baths.
Love talking about Michael's Baths. What they did with the kids' bathroom, a total renovation. It's really transformed the feel, the entire second floor. Yeah, humble brag, there's a second floor in the house. Okay, I get it, all right? But, boy, the bathroom is just, it was crumbling the walls. The mirror was old. The floor was everything about it. The old-time shower had to go. And that's what they do at Michael's Bath. So when you meet with someone, just know it's not a salesperson. It's a former installer. They know exactly what they're talking about. You kind of just workshop it a little bit. Hey, maybe that wall there could come out. It opens up things. All right, let's do this kind of shower. All the different options laid out for you, and it's all reasonably priced. michaelsbaths.com, that's plural, michaelsbaths.com, or call to find out what they can do for you, whether it's just a simple tub to shower conversion, or if you want to renovate and just redo the entire look, all of it done with 5-star reviews and 30 years of experience. That's all they do. No kitchens, no, just baths. Michael's Baths, family owned and operated. His daughter answers the phone when you call 636-775-0800. 636-775-0800. michaelsbaths.com. Amazing the work they do, and the entire team, so professional. All of the workers work directly from Michael, so there's no subcontracting. Sometimes that gets real dicey when you're doing a project inside your home. Everyone works directly with Michael. That's all they do is baths for 30 years now. Let me tell you, the finished product is outstanding. 636-775-0800 to set up an appointment today.
I think I might have an offer for you, camera view.
Yeah, what would that be?
Would you like to play golf today? And it's hand up first. At Fox Run, for my money, one of the best courses in St. Louis. And I think people haven't had a chance to play it since the renovation. Phenomenal. And included in the pairing is from your St. Louis Blues. Robert Thomas.
Whoa,
we need an extra one.
Bob.
We need an extra one. Papers, I saw your lips curl. I just want to let you know that's the involuntary reaction that I focus on to then see where I am in the hand against Mark Ass Busters.
What times are balls in the air?
ASAP right after ATMA. ASAP right after ATMA. You got a movie boy to record?
No,
Cancel
but
it.
I got drops of the week to make and stuff to do. But
God, I bet if this were like Dame time in town, you'd be playing.
I mean, I can get out there as fast as humanly possible, but I do have some things I have to do after the program.
How long is that going to take?
Can he join you
25 minutes.
Oh,
no, because there's already high stakes games, and those start on the first tee. We can't have somebody coming in late. Man, Venmo for rolls. And you can't show up out there without that gin. You're going to wind up at the bottom of the Merrimack.
All right, then I'm out.
What a great negotiation.
It just seems like I won't be able to get out there in time. Not to mention, oh my.
Well, how am I going to get out there in time? I'm going to on the same show as you.
Yeah, but once the show ends, you can just head right out.
I do show prep for tomorrow morning.
Should we waive the drops of the week and just say you're allowed?
No, we can't do that. Tommy
Sabulka would be all for it. Tommy Sabulka could do anything.
What if you come in at 4 a.m. tomorrow and just make up for it?
I could come back here after the round. I wouldn't care about that.
That's what you should do.
There you go. How often are you going to get a chance to play with 18?
I know.
And 18 loves you.
He's a big fan.
He is a fan of yours.
He's not going to love me if he has to wait for my ass to get out there.
Well, but this negotiated agreement, he's not waiting because you're leaving right away.
That's right.
No, I still have some other.
Your local meatball says I'll take his spot.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Tim, just take Dan Jansen and be done with it.
I don't know how that would play in the pairing.
Who's the third?
Nobody, you know the great Eric Stisser.
Yes.
He's a Blues executive who will grant rematches, unlike generous executive Mike Caruso, who is running and hiding because my soft handicap days are gone. Robert Thomas, and my buddy Tim Holloway, who's a delightful gentleman in Jackson. He occasionally likes to place a wager.
He sure does.
Yeah.
He sure does.
But they play sixums out there, and another person has entered the fray who is not somebody. So now we're looking for a six to make sure we have an even number for a game. And that's where I said, let me ask the days. I didn't know what you had going on, Martin. I always figure you got television.
I don't have my clothes or anything. I don't know if I can make this work.
I swear, if it was Damian Lillard playing, he'd be out there.
Of course I want to, but I can't just be like, all right, job, be gone.
There's a free Valkyries T-shirt in it.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's not in my text.
You're wearing golf attire right now.
No, I'm not. I'm in a T-shirt and athletic shorts. I can't go dressed like that.
Oh, sure you can.
Daddy Padre just texted me and says he'll take Jackie's spot. He's a young Phil Mickelson lefty.
I like Daddy Padre.
Okay, there you go.
We can negotiate.
See you guys out? I mean, what do you do? Martin, do you have television? Doug, what do you do?
I do.
Yeah,
I think
I got things I got to do.
I'll come in and do cuts of the week in the morning. What time?
I enjoy seeing that.
It's a best
Imagine
of.
using I have to do cuts of the week as your excuse not to golf on a beautiful day. Do it after the round for the love of God! It's big tough that he's mad.
Rational take. I said I would do that. The bigger issue is I don't have any of my stuff, and I do, there's some things that I can't just, be like, all right, I'll do that after. It has to
You
get
got
done
your
immediately
clubs?
after. I have my clubs.
Oh, you go to the pro shop, you buy the pants.
I'm not doing all that.
Oh, wow. Why are you sideways with 18?
Yeah, he loves you. Remember after what was that, the media day about a month ago?
Doug says I have things to do. Let that sit there. Jackson explains rationally why I can't necessarily do some of these things, and it's like, what the hell?
Oh wait, and
Get fired.
Last time I saw 18, he said to me, "Oh, I got some things I need to say to Jackson," and then he never called in.
Yeah,
I'm sideways with 18. He didn't call in.
I could probably make it. I could probably, but again,
right.
but then you're gonna be waiting on. It's gonna tell you. I do have some things I immediately have to do. It's not like
What
it's
do you
like
have to
close. Post the show, get the replay ready to roll for after the show, all that stuff.
Okay. Fair enough. You know, these opportunities, when you're sitting there and you're staring down 50 in 20 years, and you're sitting there, and I remember George Carlin, one of his observations as he approached later in life. I should have slept with old what's-her-name. This is another I should have slept with old what's-her-name.
No doubt, and I want to make it work, and there's a possibility that I can, but I also, as an adult, can't just
is Fox Run.
Can't just release my responsibilities.
Bent grass. I should have slept with bent grass.
Yeah, but you also, I should have done my job when it's asked to,
You think Tommy and Kioski are listening right now? Papers chooses golf over work.
Okay. All right, then.
Hey, buddy.
I don't know. There's clearly no way I can make this.
That's the counsel you're getting right there, Martin, is Ken Strode. What would Iggy do? WWID. I wear that bracelet.
Well,
he would go home and sit.
Maybe Iggy would play. Iggy's got all day.
Oh, Bob Thomas, you're not ready for Ken. I don't think we should do that to
Robert,
the star.
have you heard about hedonism from the 1970s?
Yeah, I don't think we can do that to the future captain. I don't know.
Throw in an Angel Reese jersey for him and he'll be there. It's from the 314.
Boy, these people just get funnier and funnier.
Doug, Trevor Rosenthal is going to be in the studio.
He's
here.
carry
All
on.
right, we'll take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Cubs. Today, 1:15 first pitch. Andre Plante on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
All right, full transparency. We've fallen behind on the breaks on the clock, so we're going to break real quick, Doug. Is that all right?
Well, okay.
Do you have a problem
fine.
with that? I just have to do that because Trevor Rosenthal's in studio, and I got to make sure we have proper amount of time for Trevor Rosenthal. Design Air is a sponsor of the email today. That's also coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. It is going to get super hot again next week. Make sure your air conditioning is firing on all cylinders. Go to designairservice.com and work with Seth and his team. I just had them out to my house a couple of weeks ago. Man, they are good. You run any issues with your air conditioning, designairservice.com, and they will be out there very quickly. So many stories of TMA listeners over the years working with Design Air Heating and Cooling and not experiencing upselling. They just get it taken care of, and that's how they build their business. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor of the email today, coming up here after we talk it over with Trevor Rosenthal in the Stiefel Studios. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filters phone calls and emails here on 101 ESPN for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, if you look on your right here in the Stiefel Studios, you are going to see Trevor Rosenthal sitting right next to you.
I did see him there. Hello,
Trevor, what's up?
Thanks for coming in.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Wow. Round of applause.
Yep. We don't have a lot of guys who closed out NLCSs stop by this program, and that's what you did. Doug, do you know what year it was?
2013.
Yes.
Wow.
Nicely done. How about that? Well done. Trevor, what's going on? What brings you to town?
Yeah, about 13 years ago. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I know. That doesn't seem that long ago. That one really doesn't seem that long ago.
Yeah, we were in town to answer your question for professional women's softball here in St. Louis, which I'm extremely excited about. But going off of that 13 years. So we were signing autographs after the game last night, and one of the young softball players came up to me and she said, I'm a big Cardinals fan, and I have some players that have signed on this shirt before. And I said, who are they? She said, I don't know. They're all retired. I'm like, oh.
Like it didn't matter.
I fall into that category now. Just getting
another old guy.
Yeah, just another old guy.
I told these guys you'd moved to Texas, though, in the last couple of years, right?
That's right. We've been in Texas about 3 years now. Houston, Texas. Yeah.
Because it wasn't hot enough in St. Louis. You thought I would go further south.
Yeah. There's nowhere. I'm convinced now, after 3 years in Houston, there's nowhere hotter than Houston, Texas.
I've had some buddies who lived in Houston. They say that it is unbelievable. We can't comprehend how hot it gets.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well,
it
worse than
feels-
Phoenix? Is it worse than Phoenix?
Well, Phoenix is the dry heat.
That's right. So it's different. It's more uncomfortable than Phoenix.
Yes.
But Kyle McClellan recruited you to town, and you and Matt Adams, you guys are the coaches, and we've got women's professional softball. Last night you played. It's the home of the Hoots, the Car Shield field out there in O'Fallon, Missouri. How did it go?
Yeah. The Gateway Gold. We're out there at Car Shield in O'Fallon. We had our first game here in town last night, and I'll tell you, I was blown away. It was, for me, having the opportunity and the privilege to be part of the coaching staff and be on the field was one thing. To see these ladies go out and play, they're incredible athletes. They put on a show. We robbed a homer. We made some plays. We were hitting balls in the gap. These girls know how to play. But then, you look up in the stands. The place was packed. There wasn't an empty seat. It was standing room only. People down the foul lines, and then even, like I mentioned earlier, after the game, the players stayed and signed autographs until every player, every little girl, every family that wanted an autograph had a chance to get it. We were there for over an hour signing autographs, so blown away by the experience. It's been an incredible opportunity, and shout out to Kyle McClellan. Kyle has done such a great job of getting the city involved and promoting this event and promoting this league, promoting this team and these players. And like I said, it's just been a privilege for me to be a part of it.
Another game tonight, and the idea is if it goes well, then St. Louis would have a team in this professional women's league.
That's right. That's why that's why Kyle's so committed to putting in the work. He wants to see this game grow. Just like me, he has a daughter that plays softball, and we've fallen in love with this game, and we want to continue to use our platform to create opportunities for these players to play, and so that's the goal, to have a really good showing, which last night was step one. Tonight, if you didn't come last night, come tonight. And tonight's step two. There's a lot of people that are paying attention to how the city responds and to make a decision if the city can support a team in this league, which I believe it's a no-brainer. But let's make the people that make those decisions think the same way.
What's your daughter throw, like 95, 96,
Yeah,
on the corner.
Yeah, with her opposite hand. I haven't even started trading her dominant hand yet.
So who are these players right out of college? The best former college players? Is that who?
It's a little bit of a mix. So we this series, we're playing a 4-game series against the KC Diamonds. The KC Diamonds are a part of the Professional Softball League, the PSL. They established their franchise. This year was their inaugural season, and so they're headed toward the end of their season. They've played about 40 games in 50 days. They've been on the grind, and it shows. There's a little bit of difference between the roster that they have and the roster that we have. Our roster is a little bit more pieced together, a combination of current and recently graduated college players with a few professional players, more on the minor league side players that have joined our team to help us with these exhibition games. So it's just a matter of time and polish. The KC team, you'll notice it looks like they've been playing a little bit longer than we have, and that's the main difference. But the energy and the excitement is still there on both sides.
I see college softball on ESPN quite a bit, so obviously it's got an audience.
It does. Yes, it's on ESPN. Like I said, I've been exposed to this world and just absolutely fallen in love with it. I imagine it's, partly the game, but it's partly the athletes. I mean, these girls are super impressive and impressive because they just love the game. They go out there and they play hard and they have a good time, and it makes for a really good show to watch.
We're talking about 2013 yesterday. This show can be random and a lot of nonsense, but then every once in a while, Tim will just nerd out on a baseball moment.
Yes.
And we were talking about the NLCS.
You'll remember this one.
NLCS with the Dodgers. And he said, do you guys remember when that series turned? And I'm like, they beat Kershaw or something. And he said, no, what was it?
It was like a 11, 12, 13 pitch at bat that Carpenter had against Kershaw in that game that you closed out in Game 6. And that just wore him out. And the reason I was bringing it up is because McGreevy had a long at bat with Happ the night before where the Cubs got to see all of his pitches, and there was a domino effect, and that's what happened in that game. Kershaw got worn out by Carpenter, and then you guys broke the dam open on him.
Yep. Those were, I think those might be my best memories. Yeah. Going out to Dodger Stadium and being I guess we were the underdog.
Yeah.
Coming to beat those big guys and guys like Kershaw. And I don't know if it was that game. It was definitely that series, but shout out to Matt Adams. Matt Adams was
in 2014 home run off Kershaw.
Next year.
Yes.
And Kershaw just dropped.
Yes. He's like, not these guys again.
And Matt Adams, little connect the dots. Matt Adams is on the staff of Gateway Gold.
Oh, is that right?
Helping promote women's pro softball. So he was out there last night.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's really gotten active in the St. Louis community, living here. I saw he brought out the ball for City's game this past weekend. Yeah, he's super active.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was coaching in the Padres organization, I think, last year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yep.
I think in that series, too, I think Marco Gonzalez was 2-0 and Kershaw was 0-2. And I think it might have been both games against Gonzalez got the win. There was quite a group there. I mean, that was when Waka exploded on the scene. Carlos Martinez, he had come out. There was, and Shelby Miller maybe around that same time, a lot of young arms. And what the Cardinals right now are going through is this transition. But I think what they're missing, a lot of young players, some talent, but you guys came along. It was just a wave of arms, right? I remember even that postseason, people in Boston were like, who are these guys?
Yeah.
And even in 12, you got a chance in the bullpen in the playoffs. How much fun was that because you guys had kind of come through it together?
Yeah, I was thinking about that on my drive over here this morning, just thinking about Cardinals baseball. I knew we were going to talk about it. And, it's a team that when I was thinking about the beginning of the season, I just love Cardinals baseball to be at the top of the standings every single year in and year out. And over this past, I guess, almost decade now, we just see like how hard it is to sustain that. And it's easy to play GM. I feel like I have a lot more respect for coaches and managers now that I'm sitting in that seat on the softball side. It's a little bit harder than it looks. But, yeah, though I think we were just so fortunate to have can't-miss pitching that was coming up over the course of a really short time period there in 2012 and 2013. It was like every single guy was a guy that could contribute, a guy that ultimately made an all-star team. Michael Waka made his second all-star team this year.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to do, but that's what I would attribute those years of success to.
I'm amazed Waka, because he had injuries. But he has persevered and like, again, having success and made a ton of money. But that year he was just insane. And the Pittsburgh game, well, I always say I got to go to a lot of these great Cardinal games, but the game for NLDS, had to win. Holiday homered, and I'm like, who's on the mound? The kid, the rookie, in that environment. That was one of from TV only because I wasn't there. Had to be one of the more intense environments because they could close you guys out with that win.
Yes, it was, and Pittsburgh, that was an electric stadium. And coming back to the Midwest this week, I'll never be able to go through a September fall without remembering those feelings, just the crispness of the air. And when you bring up that Pirates game, that's exactly what it was. That was a great, I think I might have came in and closed out that game that Waka started in Pittsburgh, if I remember correctly.
What did you do to build your arm up to the point where you could throw 100 miles an hour? I know most of it's probably natural ability, but to get to 100, you're doing something else. What did you do? Weight work or long toss or what?
You guys brought up Matt Holliday. Matt Holliday got me on the high protein and resistance training whenever we got linked up. So I think, building strength had a lot to do with it, and just the God-given athletic ability. That's what all I can contribute to it. Yeah.
Matt liked to call this show, but he would kind of like make fun of us at the
That's
same
correct.
time. I don't know
you
if you were ever on the receiving end. Yeah.
Now you don't have
headphones.
you don't have headphones, but there is a famous drop that is still played that you might remember from when we were doing this moron show down at spring training, and Holiday would drop by the picnic table. I don't know if we. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Chairman Kurt. Here you go, Trevor. Here you go. Take a listen. This is probably spring training, maybe 2013. Here is Matt Holiday doing an impression of our guest, Trevor Rosenthal.
I'm a starter at heart.
There it is.
It wasn't a long one, just a couple of words.
I'll build up for that.
They never really gave me that shot to be a starter, did they?
I think you had said a couple times, I wouldn't mind being a starter, and Matt was obviously mocking that.
Yes. Yes, he was adamant that you wanted to be a starter, and so he would drop by the picnic table and said, no, this is not Matt Holiday, this is Trevor Rosenthal, and his way to let everybody know is, I'm a starter at heart.
I can tell you nothing has changed. I was sitting down in Matt's house in Phoenix 4 months ago this spring, and we're sitting on the couch and he's making fun of me. So don't feel bad. It's not just you all. He's got a wide target.
Did you want to be a starter because they pay him $20 million a year? That's pretty good incentive.
Good incentive.
Yeah, the economics line up there. Every 5 days, you know your schedule, and you get paid the big money. So
closers are like running backs now. They just churn through you guys.
That's right. And I mean, I'm not the smartest guy, but I could see how the side of the lockers and how much golf Kyle Loesch was playing and what kind of car he was driving.
Here's the funny Holiday thing is now he would come on this show a lot. He's doing segments with the Cat. They've got some YouTube shows and all of that, and he's pretty media friendly. And I said, when you played, I couldn't find you. I said, you were always playing Golden Tee. Yeah. And then once he got out of the game, then we saw the real, like the funny guy that you all know and we've gotten to know now. During his playing days, he was a little under the radar.
Definitely.
He was saving it for us, I guess.
Saving it. Yeah, I wonder if he has any remorse over that. Probably not. But the thing that the unfortunate thing is the fans and the public didn't really get to experience how smart Matt is and how deep his baseball roots is. I mean, if you look at his family tree, it's generation after generation of baseball in that family. So he's got a lot of knowledge and wisdom. He's a smart guy. He's well-spoken. So I'm glad he's doing it now.
Who else do you keep up with from that core group? We mentioned a lot of you guys came up together. I did a segment with John Jay recently, and we were talking about how he and Descalso are extremely tight, how a lot of were just homegrown products at the time. Is there a group text from the 2013s or 14s, or who else do you keep up with?
Yeah, John, there's a few guys that do a really good job of keeping in touch with everybody and reaching out every few months. John Jay's one of those. I get so excited. I'll get a call from him randomly to talk about some things. And but guys are kind of in a season where they're busy. Some guys are still playing, which is really great. Some guys are coaching, managing, and other guys have taken on other commitments. But I've been fortunate. I do have a group of guys. Matt Holiday's involved in this group where we meet weekly on Mondays. Over the summer, it gets more sporadic, but we try and have this Monday meet time where we all get together on a Zoom call and keep in touch. So that's been, I recommend doing that for any players that have a tight group like we did in those years.
And everybody had to reach out to you in the last couple of years when Helsley broke the single season. So you had it for a good run there. That 48 saves was a Cardinal. You think about Suter, Lee Smith, Worrell, all these great closers. You had it for a while, and then he took it from you, right?
He did, but I loved it. It was so great to see, and I was able to call Ryan the morning after. Shout out to the TMA.
What a treat that was.
I was able to have a conversation with Ryan and congratulate him, and then spend some time with him that winter, actually, at the baseball writers' dinner and get to know him a little bit more. But absolutely stud. I think a Cardinal guy through and through. So, no disappointment on my end to see somebody break it. Really happy for Hells.
And I felt like you were, at the end there, you were always just kind of battling an injury, but there was a chance here. You get to Washington, you get to Detroit. Like, you accomplish a ton, but I'm sure part of you is like, God, if I could have just, we were talking about it with Waka, right? Is that something you think about too?
Definitely. It felt like ending my career the way it did. There wasn't a lot of closure and maybe some some sour taste in my mouth of it. Man, this just didn't go quite how I thought it would. I feel like I had some more left in the tank, and so that was hard to wrestle with. And I hate to keep going back to softball, but that's where this opportunity with softball has really re-engaged my love for the game. And baseball, softball, either one, it's taken me back to what it's all about, and being out there on the field, playing the game, having fun, doing things the right way. And I'll tell you this, talking about doing things the right way, I've had a lot of success in the short amount of time coaching these young girls and being around these families in the softball world, but I attribute 100% of it to the experience that I had in the St. Louis Cardinals organization. I've really been able to copy and paste all of these things that Ricketts and Kissel established and have passed down over the years, and they still work today. The foundation, the fundamentals, they're all tried and true, and so it's been fun to see the fruit. And I would say the career that I had, now I get to realize the true benefit, which is passing it along to a future generation.
It's funny because the Cardinal way was a real thing, and then there was a lot of success because of it, but then it kind of became a punchline, and I think around baseball, like, oh, okay, you guys are the only ones who know how to do it. Did you ever sense that from other teams? Oh, we get it, the Cardinal way.
I imagine in spring training, every team has like the Cub way, the Diamondback way. I think it's more of a cliche than what we give it credit for. But there were conversations of like, okay, how much should we play up or play down this whole Cardinal way thing? We're maybe taking some heat at some times, but we had incredible guys. I mean, it's hard to replicate a Yadier Molina, an Adam Wainwright, Chris Carpenter. Like those guys are not guys that come into every single clubhouse. So there's definitely something there, and they were definitely proud about how they went about their business.
You were a part of teams that in 12, you're a win away from the World Series. In 13, you're in the World Series. In 14, you guys are in the NLCS. And in 15, you win 100 games. I mean, I know because there wasn't a world championship there, it isn't held up perhaps as much as the early aughts where they did get a World Series in 06 and then later in 11. When you look back on that, was there a team or was there a moment that you go, man, if that didn't happen, we are able to, get it done?
Yeah, I think even in 2012, I felt like we had a team that was capable.
Up 3-1 on the Giants.
Up 3-1 on the Giants.
Barry Zito starting against Lynn, I think it was.
Kind of stopped hitting in that series, too, I think. Not you, of course. The other guys.
Yeah, if you would have been able to rake, things could have happened. But I think it was Zito, Vogelsong, and God, what was the name of that pitcher that they had? I can't think of. He threw a no-hitter for him, but either way,
Kane?
I think Schmidt, Kane. Yeah, I think it was Kane, Matt Kane. That's right.
Yeah, Matt Kane.
Yeah.
It's hard to point to something, especially now. I haven't spent a lot of time reminiscing on it. The 100 win season, that was just so fun. It felt like
had some great pitching there, man.
I didn't want to. You keep bringing it up, but from 2012 to 2015, it was never the pitching. The pitchers did a great job. It seemed like we just didn't have that bat or that healthy bat. There was, I think times we missed Holiday in the lineup for a good stretch, and at the wrong stretch. Like when we're going into the end of the season, going into the postseason, and Beltran, Holiday, some guys are banged up, and we're just missing that big bat in the lineup. So I guess to answer your question, that's probably what it was. If we would have had a bat that could drive in that run and have that clutch hit, it probably would have done it for us.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the Giants just kind of had October magic. They were at 10, 12, 14. You ran into the Giants. And then for whatever boat you in that team, because you'd look at their lineup and I'd say, really, they're going to win the World Series, and somehow, because it didn't.
Speaks to the power of the horse, though, when you have Bumgarner and you just have that horse, kind of like what St. Louisans had with Carpenter, for so long.
Yeah, because I would always look at their lineup and say, okay, he's a good player, but really? And they had some kind of October magic, it seemed.
They did.
Wikipedia says you're still only 36. Could you get through an inning now? What would happen if they put you out there now?
Because their first pitch is only a couple hours away.
They might need some help.
They actually might.
I mean, it's like riding a bike. Like I don't think the talent just disappears, but I haven't really been on a conditioning program, a weight training program for a couple of years now. So the risk of injury is pretty high at this point.
It's just an inning. Just
maybe underhand.
12
My
pitches.
underhand pitching
right there.
is getting pretty good.
How about tonight? Matt Adams gets in the box pregame, and you try and strike him out.
I saw Big City last night. He's looking good. This guy.
You don't want any piece of that.
You don't
Okay.
want any-
Tim, I'm going to stage this for Fox 2 tonight, okay? I've got this former All-Star on the mound, and they're going to both blow out their arms. Big City in the box.
Trevor Rosenthal. Trevor, one more time for people who'd like to see what you guys are up to. What do we got going on?
Yeah, we're in town here. We're promoting the St. Louis Gateway Gold. It is women's professional softball, fast pitch softball here in St. Louis. Exhibition games last night and tonight out at Carshield Field in O'Fallon, and we'll be out at the Corn Crib. Come out to the Corn Crib in Normal, Illinois, Friday and Saturday night.
Doug, Normal, Illinois.
What is the Corn Crib?
It's a great. It's right. It's 55. You can cut to Rockford on 39 if you ever go up to Beloit, Wisconsin.
I'm up there all the time.
Doug, there's a Wally's up the road, but 55, right past Bloomington Normal. It's right as the highway splits.
I have been to the Wally's on 55.
Okay, well, you've passed the Corn Crib. It's right there.
But that's a stadium?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I haven't been there.
And we talked about Kyle McClellan, Matt Adams, Trevor Rosenthal, but one name I mentioned, and for anybody familiar with Missouri softball, Julia Crenshaw is on our softball staff. She's a Mizzou alum, and I got to spend a lot of time with her. So cool, so cool just to see the crossover and how at the level she's at and the level that we've been at in baseball, just how we think so much alike and just being competitive. So come out and see us, especially tonight here at Carshield. It's going to be a great atmosphere. The house was packed last night. A lot of excitement. Like I said, there was a lot of highlights to take away from the games.
And the weather is perfect, so go out and take a look at it. Yeah, it's optimal for late July in St. Louis. Trevor, great to see you. Thanks for coming in, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
That's Trevor Rosenthal with us here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. Good evening, man. Delmar Mortgage, that's who I've been working with here for the last few months. That's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage online at delmarmortgage.com. And you can reach out to Ryan directly on his personal number at 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608. You're going to get that personal local touch with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options are going to make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents with closings and is in as little as 2 weeks. Delmar Mortgage has been around for 60 years. It's a family-owned business. Ryan himself has been doing it for more than 2 decades, and he's been with Delmar Mortgage for 13-plus years. Call Ryan first. You can text him. Here's his personal number, 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608. Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. That's who I've been working with, and that's who I recommend you work with. Ryan's number again, 618-593-3608. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin is still here, but he was walking Trevor Rosenthal out, and Martin has just reappeared in the Stiefel studios, fresh off of... You know, you're a gentleman. You walk the guest out, Doug. You don't do that. You say, thanks, bye.
Yeah, get out of here.
Yeah, but Martin, you're a gentleman.
He was alarmed how nice this... I guess he'd done enough shows in the past with this crew at other outlets. And the one at Kirkwood was plenty fine, but over the years there have been lesser...
No, tough but fair.
Lesser setups. He walked and he's, oh, wow. It's like, you guys have running water? It's nice. How about that? Only 36.
I got to tell you, that's what I was thinking, too, because I'm like, man, this guy closed out the 13 NLCS, and he's 36 years old. The hell?
Yeah, looks like he could still play.
Bad beat with the health thing, man, and that's right. That's why, you asked him about why'd you want to be a starter? They churn through closers now. Rarely do you find a closer getting the big, long-term deal. It's the starters. I mean, when is the last time? Am I missing an obvious one? Man, am I missing an obvious closer who got, in recent years, a monster contract? Like a monster multi-year...
Hader, did he get one?
All these guys, like Devin Williams, makes a lot of money, but it's not a monster deal.
Deals. Right. I mean, Scooble's going to get something sick wherever he winds up going.
Chapman's probably making a ton every year, but he kind of keeps doing it year after year after year.
But then you see, I realize Helsley had injury history, but he goes to Baltimore. And, I don't know, is he done for the year? I know he's out.
He's out again.
Yeah. That's just kind of the nature of the beast. It's the wear and tear with the short rest, and Rosenthal was sick. But if you take a look at the 2009 team, they go to the NLDS. Do you recall who the closer was in 2009?
2009, did you say?
It's before Mahika.
Mitchell Boggs?
No.
Ryan Franklin?
Yes.
Oh,
2011.
that's right. He was an all-star.
Who was the closer?
Jason
Mott.
But Salas was somewhere for
he was
part of that, I think.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then
it was Franklin, Salas, then Mott. And you're right, Martin. I was going into Mahika was in there.
And then Nishek was kind of not a closer type, but he made it to an all-star.
He did in 2014. And then in between there, you had our guest in the previous segment in studio, Trevor Rosenthal. And he was in there for 15, and he had a great run. And that was the 48 save season, which was the record up until Helsley. But the point being, we're not really going through much of a long span of time. And there are 5 guys we just named who were closing games for teams that were in the postseason. And I'm sure there were some pop-ups in there. And I do think Mitchell Boggs was the guy for a period of time, but it was a brief period of time.
I think he kind of blew up, and then they went to Mott.
Yep, I think you're right. So that's why, if you're a pitcher, you want to be a starter because that's where that money is.
And I guess a lot of the relievers don't have 3 and 4 pitches that is required for most starting pitchers.
Chip Carey and Brad Thompson been talking about it a lot on the broadcast. They were certainly talking about it last night with Matthew Boyd. That's the changeup and how the changeup has become the signature element for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, if you're geared up to try to hit 98 and then they take 10 miles an hour off that, it's tough to hit.
Well, it always goes back to what Paper said. Chase this dough and make money. Chase this dough.
Chase the dough.
And then make money.
And then make money.
That's correct.
Okay.
How about the fact he said, well, it was the morning after, pause, shout out TMA. How about that? Knowing the
Jackson,
brand.
I'm sure, has that ready to go for tomorrow. Not now.
That's why he can't golf, because he's got the drops of the week. The commitment to this show.
Chairman Kurt, are you talking it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and you say Eric Gagne was the last one to get one?
No, somebody asked who was the Dodgers closer. His name was Eric something.
Gagne.
Yeah.
Gagne.
Did he win the Cy Young?
I think he did.
2004 Dodgers? No, there isn't a way. Tell you what I'm going to do. I have a set of encyclopedias at home. I do. I hope that doesn't come off as unrelatable.
Are they current enough that they would include the season?
Oh, yeah. We get new encyclopedias every 5 years.
He did. Britannica or World Book?
World Book. I can't afford Britannica.
Okay.
If I go back to HD2.
If they go door to door, Doug will welcome them in. Hey, how you doing out there,
Hello,
salesman?
friend.
That's right.
Texter pointed out Edwin Diaz got 3 years, $69 million from the Dodgers. So still, again, not a long term, but plenty of money.
Gagne won in 03. He was perfect. 55 for 55.
Isn't that right? Who was the 2004 Cy Young? Because it was Carpenter in 05, even though Clemens had like a 1.7 ERA or something. 2004. It wasn't a Cardinal. Cardinals went up against in the
Like Andy Pettit on the Astros?
Astros in the NLCS. They went up against the Dodgers. That's why I was thinking it was Gagne in 2004.
Can we have initials?
Oh, God, I'm trying to do this out initials, but I don't know. The Braves were in the mix. Chase this dough and make money, All right, I can see.
04?
Yeah.
Clemens.
Oh, it was Clemens. How about that?
And Johan Santana in the other league.
Johan Santana. And he had a fake no-hitter against the Cardinals, is that right?
Well, I don't know. It was fake. He got robbed, right?
No, he got one, and Carlos Beltran hit a fair ball, but they...
Oh, but it
pulled the
actually
call.
hit the left field line fair,
Yeah.
But he threw like 150 pitches and was never the same pitcher after.
Correct.
Yeah. 2004 National League Cy Young voting, Clemens, Randy Johnson, Roy Oswalt, tangential friend of the show.
Correct.
Jason Schmidt, and then Carlos Zambrano.
Oh, yeah.
Gagne was 7th that year.
How about that? We're going to do the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. Martin, is that cool? I know you got onboarding.
Okay.
We'll do that here on the program. That is coming your way. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website where you can pick out a vehicle and just know you're going to get that car with little to no money down, best rates possible. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders to make sure you do, in fact, get the very best financing. The only thing you need to know is to choose the pro, AutoLoanPro.com. They're part of the Lita family, and this is for folks who may have a situation or a circumstance they're not sure what they can get approved for. That's where Auto Loan Pro steps in and gets you that vehicle. They know that anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Those 50 different lenders ensure that you will get the best rate possible. A lot of cars on that site, so you can check out the vehicle, do the paperwork online, and while you're there, grab that free playbook. It's how you can better understand the credit industry. They're going to educate you on that and get you into the car of your choice in the future. Fix your credit, get a new vehicle, all in one spot, and that is AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals Cubs today, 1:15 p.m. first pitch. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Subscribe to it. Just hit 7,100 subscribers. So Doug was presented with silver chunks in the commercial break. What are you going to do with those things?
Oh, just invest. Just invest. I'm trying to get my portfolio up to $100 million. 98's not enough for me.
I agree with that.
It's not enough to retire this day and age.
I agree with that.
So, a couple more milli. And then have what I want.
And then you're done, or would you like to do a sixth hour?
I would probably beg to do a 6 hour to go for 101. When you're in this bracket, all you want is more.
I agree.
And that's where I am now.
I agree with that. We're going to do this Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Polos Plus is online at polosplus.com. And that Andrew Hubbard, he's always creating new things for TMA listeners. And you can check it out when you go to polosplus.com and you hit the TMA tab. But it's not just about the TMA merch, and there are hats, and there are T-shirts, and there are polos, and there are quarter zips. There are also opportunities for you, your neighborhood, your team, your business to work with Polos Plus. And Polos Plus isn't just about, okay, we got an old cheap shirt here, and we'll put your logo on it. They work with the best brands. Man, I'm talking about Carhartt, Travis Matthew, Nike, Under Armour. They work with the best. You upload your logo to their site. They put it on wherever you want it, on a polo, a hat, a T-shirt, quarter zip, whatever. And they are so easy to work with. They are local. They've been doing it for 3 decades. Andrew Hubbard, Corey Lawson, Polos Plus, online at polosplus.com. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. I'm tired of being persistently berated and emasculated at TMA Man Camp. Trade in your Hey Dudes and bedazzled Angel Wing Affliction T-shirts for Birkenstocks and clip-on man buns and join TMA Soy Boy Camp. Is the relentless blaring of Joe Rogan interviews with random bow hunters, crypto trading podcasts, and the entire Fast and Furious filmography getting you down? Sick of the 4 a.m. cold plunges followed by kettlebell and battle rope workouts? Come on over for some gentle yoga, virtue signaling seminars, and all the safe space rooms you can imagine. And lastly, check out the newly renovated gym with our featured first-of-its-kind bike pedal-powered Sibians. Stretch out while you work out. Sign up now. Respectfully yours, that's Jackson Soy Boy, head camp counselor, TMA Soy Boy Camp.
Jackson's Soy Boy, head counselor.
Folks, good morning. Sadly, Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium says goodbye today to our longest tenured employee, Miss Beulah. Doug, how do you pronounce it?
Probably Beulah.
Beulah Fark. After 40 loyal years of loading flatbeds and big backs with mulch and underwear, Beulah has elected to transition into the Iggy podcasting retirement model. Her resignation surprised absolutely nobody after yesterday's explanation of how the PAFO Podcast Network handles the fascinating distinction between, quote, having a job and, quote, doing work. As best as we can tell, it's modeled after one of those rickety little free libraries sitting alongside the road in those middle-income subdivisions with shoebox houses popping up everywhere. Each and every Tuesday, you record yourself barking into a speak and spell that sounds like it's been marinating in a bowl of chili. You put a label on it that says podcast. You walk it out to the curb, you carefully place it inside the unattended little wooden box, close the tiny door, and then drive away with absolutely no curiosity or understanding as to what happens next. Then, apparently, Chris drives by once or twice a month just to make sure the hinges still work and the roof hasn't blown off. He doesn't open the box or even take a little look-see inside, and then it just sits there, taking up space until a neighborhood dog pisses on it or a trash truck backs into it. It isn't marketed, promoted, or even acknowledged. You mow around it, make sure not to point at it when you have company over, and then boom, you get paid somehow. So please join me in congratulating Beulah on her exciting new podcasting career. That's Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium. Fresh grows better. Mento freshness. Fresh goes better with Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium. Mulch, the fresh maker.
No, you can't steal other people's slogans. You have to come up with your
mulch
own.
Is stealing from Mentos.
Those are your words. I wouldn't want to deal with Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium's counsel. That's all I'm going to say about it. Not to shoot down Jackson like Iggy's birthday gifts for Learn, but here are the average ACT scores. Ledoux, 29. Coriezu, 30. St. Louis University High School, 31. That's all right. That's okay. You'll be working for us someday. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of the parlay of the Cardinals making the playoffs, the 2027 live season, and the 9th Street Sappos.
Shooter McGavin.
Dear Dossier, my coworkers again staged an intervention today over my workload, asking why I only work 1 hour a day, 4 days a week, and whether I've considered getting another job to pay for the basic necessities like rent, cigarettes, and birdseed for my pet sparrow. Another job with what free time? I'm currently rewatching The Sopranos for the 4th time, grinding for Batwing 9 and Golf Rival, setting the record straight with Audacious Pigeon on the TMA Reddit page, and shaking down my Rolodex for auction items. And after all this, I record a podcast where I critique another podcast. And let's not forget the production side. Despite spending nearly 40 years in the industry, I still have no idea how a podcast gets onto the internet and no desire to learn. So I record it, send the file to Vitali, who then sends it to Rocchio, who collects his commission and forwards it to the chairman, who then performs whatever blood ritual is necessary to get it onto the podcast platforms. Now, to be clear, I am not actually paid to do the podcast. I just happen to be on the company payroll. That's less of a salary and more of a charitable contribution on their behalf. Yet people keep asking when I'm going to retire. Listen, I've spent years carefully constructing a lifestyle that requires dozens of people to help me accomplish the bare minimum. And I have the flexibility of retirement, all the security of employment, and just enough responsibility to complain about being overworked. You just don't walk away from that. That's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
And Doug, finally, fellas, Biscuits is back and ready to go. About the toasted ravioli crawl on the hill, Iggy would almost certainly say he could handle setting it up. The ensuing chaos would go something along the lines of, Iggy promises to do the work of setting the event up. Iggy does almost nothing. Iggy complains on the air. He reached out to liars on places on the hill. Somebody ends up doing the work behind the scenes. Come day of the event, Iggy takes credit for almost everything. Iggy also gets offended by the end of the night when there are no willing and sober females who want to hang out at his prison cell for a smoke and a drink. Iggy misremembers every detail of the event for years to come. Well, this was fun. Back to the mill. Doug, that's from Biscuits with McGravy.
Biscuits with McGravy.
And that is what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What we'll do is we'll vote, and then we'll announce the winner at 10:55. And then we'll go down the hallway, and we'll do that after the morning after. And then people listen to that show, and then they'll email into this show about it for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's what'll happen.
So it would help if you could catch up on AMTA before listening to EMOD.
I think that's accurate.
OTD.
That's the only way the emails make any sense.
Yeah. Okay. There's some context lacking otherwise.
Yeah.
It's the program's called The Morning After. Trevor Rosenthal in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. Brad Thompson with us in the 8 o'clock hour.
Ham salad.
And talking ham salad. And also Mr. Lick's calling in about the Portland Trailblazers and the possibility of them being on the move. Today is a big day as there is that city council meeting and the Trailblazers ownership and management is still deciding whether or not to appear at the meeting. Next week there is a vote by their city council and that could end it. That could be the end of it in Portland. So this program is certainly monitoring as we had Mayor Kara Spencer in earlier this week and asked her about it. And that's the clip that's making its way around social media. So that is how you can be filled in and you can read a story in The Athletic that does mention St. Louis, Tampa, Nashville, and Kansas City as possible landing spots along with Raleigh, where Blazers' new owner, Tom Dundon, has the Stanley Cup winning Carolina Hurricanes. So there you go. There is a recap. You can always podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app, and you can rewatch it in any segments you want on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Martin is headed to onboarding. We're headed into the 10 o'clock hour, even though it's 10:19. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour when Martin bolts like the wind and little Jackie Papers, who love that Rascal Puff. We're with you here until 11 o'clock on 101 ESPN. Then down the hallway we go for After the Morning After, which you can watch on the TMA STL YouTube channel and participate in, just like you can right now in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Get involved here by calling in 314-974-0101. Doug, you love when callers drop by the program, don't you?
I guess some of them are fine.
Who do we have here? Little Jackie Papers, who
looks like nobody. The phone line seems to be bare.
Okay. Well, that's probably a win.
Doug, we were duped.
I don't know.
We were hoodwinked? Chairman, you had a wonderful caller you were telling me about the break.
Yeah, the gentleman we talked about, I think maybe last week, that had placed a bet on the Blues to win the Cup and then didn't hedge, and then I think he got flown out by Darren Ravel.
Oh, wow.
And he texted into the text inbox, so if you're listening, sir, I'll keep my eye on the phone.
All right, there you go. So 314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved on the program. You can also text in at 314-399-9646. Cardinals and Cubs, day game. And Doug's closet hanger has just in caps in the Form Energy YouTube chat announced the Cardinals will win today.
Will they?
Andre Palante, he's been dealing. Wouldn't it be nice to get the win and go into the weekend going, okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's go.
That would mean we were just getting hot.
To win the baby.
We could win the baby, yes.
Jim Dandy last night, that was super fun. And I feel like we haven't gotten one of those in a while. Am I off on that?
No, they haven't gotten much. They've lost 15 out of 21 or something.
Yeah, but I mean, there's that, but also, they won on Saturday against Cincinnati, but they just kind of bludgeoned them, 7-0.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that made the team endearing, especially in the first couple of months, is you felt like they're never out of game. They keep going. They keep fighting. And that really hasn't been the vibe. If anything, the opposition, unfortunately, has never really been out of the game, in part because the Cardinals aren't scoring a lot of runs, or the famous 7-0 blown lead against the Diamondbacks a couple Sundays ago. Yesterday, in what could be Tarek Skubal's last start with the Tigers got themselves a 7-0 lead, and they paid tribute to the Cardinals by blowing that lead and losing to the Orioles. That was kind of fun to see them pay it forward.
You think that's what they were doing? Saying, sure, we could win this game, but we're not going to because we're going to pay tribute to another team?
That's correct.
That has lost a lot of games here lately.
That's correct.
Huh. So there's a whole nother level of baseball going on that we don't really
That's the thing.
see.
And that's why it was so great to have Trevor Rosenthal and Brad Thompson on, because they played the game. And I played for the 1986 Cutest team at Afton Athletic Association, and it looked like I had little boy breasts in my baseball card picture. Who do we have on the line now, Papers?
Looks like Chairman Steve.
Oh, Chairman Steve, Doug.
Okay.
Well, you don't sound excited about it.
No, it's fine. It'll be great. Yes. Hello, Steve.
See, that's the kind of enthusiasm that you lack. Yes, Chairman Steve. Yes.
What's up, guys? How are you?
We're wonderful. Doug's dander's up.
Oh, what's up with that? Well, you know what I had yesterday for lunch?
What?
A ham salad sandwich.
You did not. You did not.
My wife packed it for me. She does the shopping. She likes the ham salad. She got it. Out of all the salads, chicken, egg, tuna, ham, I would rank it 4. But, it's got a little tartness to it. It's not bad.
Doug, do you like a tart salad?
No, I don't.
Egg salad's the best in my opinion. Then tuna, then chicken, then ham. But, that was just my little ranking.
Okay.
How you doing, Dougie?
Oh, I'm fine. You?
I'm doing great.
All right.
It's so nice out.
And I don't know if you were listening earlier, Chairman Steve. I extended the invite to this gentleman right across from me, little Jackie Papers, who loves that Rascal Puff, to go play golf at Fox Run today with Robert Thomas. And I thought we were getting it done. I thought we had the legislation passed, and I just found out he's out. Papers is out.
I'm in. What time?
I don't know if the invite's out there.
Come on,
How'd that
Robert.
feel? How did it feel?
I don't know if the invite's out there.
Good.
Once I had participated in the group chat and said, I think Papers is going to be in. Robert Thomas is kind of a Jackson Lemming, I think. I kind of get that vibe. I mean, you guys have your little exchanges when he calls into the show. Mm-hmm. And then Cam Jansen was pumping your tires at Belle Reve a few weeks ago. And then I said, I guess Papers is out. go ahead and get one of your Blues sponsors or whatever it is. You know, we go from papers to Blues sponsors, spending, God only knows.
I'm a partial season ticket holder. Just tell him I'm papers. He doesn't know what he looks like.
Oh,
really.
no, he knows. He knows and he loves.
Yeah.
He knows
I'll
and he
just
loves.
whiten up my face a little bit, maybe dye my hair. I'm good.
Yeah.
I went on that track. I played Redbud yesterday, 9.
Similar.
Got paired with some recent U-High graduates. God, they are. There's an arrogance about these U-High guys.
Well, it's earned.
It's only some of it is earned, Tim. I got it. It's a difficult school. It's a great school, but God, they carry themselves in a way. It's like these little 18-year-old punks. All right. But, and it gets worse as they get older. Tim, you don't have it as much, but I know some guys, and I'm like, God, you went to SLU. It's not like you went to, Thomas Jefferson over there.
Well, I'm going to distance myself from this comment because as a St. Louis U-High graduate, I don't.
Oh, God, they'll be coming
but I got to make this clear. It's effing high school. All right.
Yeah,
now,
I know.
With that all said, with that all said, now let me go back to my superiority because I went to St. Louis U-High. What else is going on, Chairman Steve?
Oh, nothing much. I do have a PSA a little bit.
Okay.
Hey, if you're driving around the Des Moines area, we're not a pedestrian city.
Okay.
People are not used to driving around when people are walking at the same time. They drive like friggin' morons. And pay attention a little bit, okay? Especially in that area, we got a lot of pedestrians, including myself. And sometimes I might have a few pops. I might be a little wobbly. So pay attention when you're driving, so you don't run somebody over, because people drive like idiots, and there's a lot of road rage that goes on at that Hampton to Clayton exit there, McCausland.
Oh, yeah.
There's bottlenecks there, and there's
big AMCO sign.
There's a big merge right there. And yesterday I witnessed a guy without a license plate who weaved through traffic and threw a water bottle at some car he was upset with. So keep the anger down a little bit. Let's take care of that road rage. Good counsel. I know Sharon is listening. Did she ever go to Barrio in Des Moines? Because I thought I saw someone who looked like her text sitting at a table near me.
Looked like her text.
And she was wearing a Blues shirt, I think, too, and the husband looked exasperated with her, and he was wearing, like, Rockports or something like that. So they looked like they owned a place in Sanibel. I'm thinking it was her. If she's active in the text box, see if she says she goes to Barrio, and was she there last Tuesday night, I believe. I had my little 2-year-old grandson with me. He was a handful.
Because you just looked at this woman and decided she looked like she would send the same text that Sharon sends us?
And they look like a little uppity. And
she has responded. She has responded. She says, nope, never been there.
Yep, that's it.
Oh, all right. Well, you got someone who's probably a Karen in Clayton or something like that. But no, it was. It's always that place is always good. If
Can you Mount Rushmore your restaurants in Des Moines, because it is a fascinating little corner of our St. Louis area community. Doug, you ever get to Des Moines?
I have not.
Really?
No.
Well, there's only like 3 of them over there, or 4 of them. There's a vegan restaurant, which that would come in at number 4. But it's actually, they have a good. What's it called? It's like a Reuben, but it's made with like Brussels sprouts or something like that.
You want to go get a Reuben made with Brussels?
I'm going to pass on that.
It's actually good. I was.
What don't you understand about meat and potatoes?
Louis top of the food chain, baby. Louis.
Yeah.
And we go there a lot because I'll go and just put my name in for the outside. You can sit outside and watch all the peoples go by. Then Sasha's, then Barrio. I guess. On the outskirts, you got Basso and Fox and Hound. Those are good too, but I guess they're not actually Des Moines. They're more. I guess that's Des Moines or High Point.
Is that the city, Clayton?
I think the city cutoff is like literally in between that Amico and the Cheshire.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I'm actually on the city line. Like 2 houses down, I can see the Clayton sign.
There was some story about a guy who got his car stolen while it was at the Amico, but he was at the Starbucks at the Cheshire, and there was like a whole dispute between the city and county on whose jurisdiction it was, because it was like right there on the city line.
I know someone else who had their car stolen there at that Amico.
I could see that. It's a little, there's a little action over there. So you got to be careful. Don't leave it running. Don't leave the keys in it.
Right.
Be smart about it. You're in the city. But no, I'm having a great time over there in DeMont. I enjoy it. I enjoy St. Louis. I don't know if I don't think we'll get an NBA team, and I'm trying to get, less activity in St. Louis. I like the amount of traffic we have. I like the ability to get around. We don't need more people. We probably need a few less, if we could lose some of the bad ones, but we'll probably gain more bad ones than lose good ones,
That's usually how it works,
Yeah, exactly. But no, I like these Cardinals. I think they're going to win. I think they're going to win. Oh, Jay Jr., you're getting me. I was listening to the skeleton. Sometimes I like the skeleton better than this actual show.
Papers, there you got an endorsement on the skeleton. It finally happened.
Take a win where I can get one.
Yeah.
I barely listen to it, but sometimes I listen to ATMA and then it pops on afterwards.
Yep.
And I'm sure if I listened more, I'd start complaining that there's not enough content. But I heard a little segment with Jay Jr. and Iggy. And then when I listen to the skeleton, I miss Iggy. And then I listen to ATMA, I'm like, okay, I don't miss Iggy so much. I tell you what, he pours out 23 hours of thoughts in 1 hour, and it is amazing. It's breakneck speed. I mean, it's almost like this phone conversation I'm having right now for 1 hour. It's a lot to do.
Well, we got to squeeze everything in. He's so busy. Just an hour is not a whole lot of time to hear about everything he's doing.
Yeah, well, he's got 65 years to cover every day, it seems. But I would like Martin to do that show as Iggy. And just relay the stories.
Martin doing an Iggy impression on After the Morning After. It's not a bad idea, actually.
Send me stuff.
It'd be another ripoff of Stern. That's what he used to do. They have all the guys imitating like Baba Booey or whatever. But no, I was. I'll wait for that invite. I'll have the clubs ready and shined up, Tim. But you want me to just wait outside Fox Run and see if I get the okay?
Yeah, I think that's the right thing to do. You just hang out there, and then if some of the guys that I'm playing with, some of their people aren't able to come through, I think then we go, well, we got 5, we need one more, and then you see Robert Thomas say, send in Chairman Steve, and then you're out there and you're compressing the ball on that bent grass.
I'll buy him a 6-pack of Busch Light too.
How about that? Look at that. There's an incentive.
I think it's a no, Steve.
What's that?
I think it's a no.
All right. Doug, you want to play?
No, I can't. I got to deal with a car.
What's going on?
Oh, man.
We had
new rims?
We had the 2 wrecks there. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
About 2 months, still dealing with that.
Oh, no.
Oh, my
what
God.
What the hell? How's that still
One
going
of them needed $16,000 worth of repair. I just got that back yesterday. It was in the shop for 2 months. Now I got to take the other one in today.
Repair?
What's that?
You didn't total that out?
No, the car was worth considerably more than that.
Football so hard.
Oh, Dougie boy.
Football so hard.
Condo paid for, no car payment.
You worked 2 jobs for 50 years, and that's what you get, right?
Well, is it unusual to have a car worth more than $16,000?
I'm just joking, Doug. It's just funny. I'm just surprised. Sometimes, like we had my wife totaled 2 cars, not her fault, in 1 year, and but they totaled it out because the repairs were going to be more than it's worth, and it was like $30,000 in repairs. It was crazy.
Oh yeah, it is expensive. If your car's very old at all, it doesn't take much of a wreck to total it.
No, not at all. But no, I just wanted to say hi to the boys, see how it all was going. Sorry I didn't get in before Martin came in, and sorry I missed Cam. I love Cam.
Yeah, Cam's a delight.
Great on the show. Anytime you got to fill in, put Cam in there. Cam is good.
Oh yeah, he's great.
I really enjoy him.
Chairman Steve, you're a gentleman, sir. Thank you so much.
No problem. Have a good day, guys.
There he is. That's Chairman Steve, Doug, and he's going to be waiting outside Fox Run for Robert Thomas to invite him.
And then he's going to be told, no. Thanks for driving out here, but you know what? No.
A number of people were offering you money, Doug, since I guess you need to come up with the money for the car to end the phone call. So if you want to track those people down, there's some money sitting there for you. It's kind of like the Colonel with his super chats on the post-game show, and I believe the first one is coming up here in now 34 days. I think that's the math for the opener.
Right. That sounds right.
Fight Tiger, beat UAPB. Program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Croup on 101 ESPN.
It's true, good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Independence, integrity, innovation, the values Americans and Stifel have embodied since day one. On the 250th anniversary of this great nation, Stifel is proud to say doing things their way is exactly what has helped so many Americans' dreams come true in such a profoundly American way. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Oh, Doug. Doug, Chairman Steve and DeMunn's call not met with rave reviews in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Holy yes, how long do we need to listen to a below-average man's below-average life phone call? That's from Ryan Day's Nipple Rings. I'm going to fly through Des Moines, and hopefully I'll hit this D-bag, especially since he didn't rank Carl's Deli. That's Lady Sonia's teacup. If Doug is having trouble making car payments, I am happy to come in after the morning after and do an hour show with him. We could call it After the Bake Sale. We could break down the daily title about that goes on between Ken's Hoosier dementia and the decades of tobacco resin lining his brain. That's from Arbor Day.
No, these are not car payments. These are paying for an accident. Insurance is covering that.
Doug Vaughn is on the air asking for people to pay for his car. Yep, that's what's going on. Jackson, the Cardinal lineup is out for today's festivities. J.J. Weatherholt will lead things off, and you'll find him at second base. You call that the Keystone?
Yeah, sure.
Then your designated hitter is Jordan Walker today. Alec Burleson's batting third, playing first. Yvonne Herrera is catching. Lars Nootbaar is in right field. Mason Wynn is short. Brian Torres gets the start in left. Blaze Jordan at third. Nathan Church at short and center, and Andre Palante will be on the mound for the Cardinals. Hello again, everybody.
They're pretty much going with a very similar lineup night after night. Fermin gets in there sometimes. But for the most part, it looks like they have figured out who they want to take a look at, both for the long term and while they're still on the fringes of the race.
PCA, Suzuki, Bush, Bregman, Happ, Horner, Conforto, Kelly, Swanson with Javier Assad on the mound for the Cubs for today's Busman Special. And it is taking place at 1:15 in downtown St. Louis. Then off the Cardinals go to Toronto and New York to take on the Blue Jays and Yankees. And then, hey, they'll get 4 out of 6 on that trip if we can, okay, after winning today. And then the Rockies come to town, and nobody's playing better in Colorado.
Well, a lot of teams are playing better in Colorado.
Who? Yeah, thank you, Jackson.
Name 20 to 25. A lot of teams are playing better than the Cardinals, too, which is unfortunate.
Rockies are only 25 games below 500.
That's not bad.
Thank you.
It's better than last year, wasn't it?
They could make the playoffs.
Yeah, they're probably still in it.
Doug, I need the Cardinals. They have played 108 games. So how many games left do the Cardinals have? 108 games. The answer, of course, is 54. And I need the Cardinals to win 15 of those games. So that's what I need.
15 of 54. Boy, they better get that.
Can I put a little countdown thing where I pull the number down to...
Yeah. I have never felt this much support from our listening audience to get these final 15 wins for the overbet to cover.
Should we make like an Advent calendar?
That's not a bad idea.
Each time.
Lenten calendar? Yeah. Lenten? Advent candles?
Is it not? Is it?
Oh, no, there's both of them.
Okay, all right. That's like around the Christmas season, you have the Advent calendar.
Yeah.
Ooh, or we can do like in Major League, we'll put like a cardboard cutout of Doug, and each time they win, we'll take a piece of clothes off.
Yeah. And then when they win 15, we'll see his pasties.
Oh.
That'll be exciting.
If you can't win 15 out of 54, you could call up a AAA team and win 15 out of 54, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, we're trying to build this up.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to avoid having to do nudity as part of the program.
Clip that off. It finna be a Cougar special today at Bush, Doug. That's from the Queen of Hearts custodian.
Why would it be?
I would think there'd be a lot of tykes there. Out of school, beautiful weather.
So, yeah, I think it'll be a younger crowd today.
Looks like it's going to storm tomorrow. I just opened up the... Is it raining all day tomorrow?
Yeah, I saw Anthony Slaughter talking about severe weather all
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Like all through tomorrow day or tonight?
I didn't see the time frame, but like all the way up into Iowa, down, like covering the whole state of Missouri.
Looks like starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Doug's sweet mother of mercy. I also see a high of 94 Thursday, a week from today. High of 97 a week from tomorrow, and a high of 100 a week from Saturday. Oh, plow me sideways, Bill. Wow. Wow.
Doug?
Well, what? Do you want me to be part of the plowing?
I love the Cubs in the under today. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Now he's releasing a play.
All right.
Cardinals have to plunk PCA with the first pitch today, right?
No.
That's from Cappy's Crush.
No.
I think the punking for a guy hitting a home run and celebrating a little bit is ridiculous.
It is.
I mean, they're basically defenseless down there. You're going to hit them with a 100-mile-per-hour pitch. I think that's so lame.
If you got a problem with Steven DeMunn, you got a problem with me. Drink bleach, you dorks. That's from Beer Cats.
Okay.
So he's not happy.
So they have a bit of an alliance, apparently.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. Papers, I need to tell people about Michael's Baths.
Yeah.
What they do is they create elevated bathroom space that blends luxury, comfort, and smart design, all tailored to the way you live. They install premium products, and they have 30 years of experience with all 5-star reviews and A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, and they are VA recommended. Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. It's not a temporary fix or a quick cover-up. It's a complete transformation, built to last and built to add value to your home. At michaelsbaths.com. Or call 636-775-0800 and ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. We will announce the winner of our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming up, BK and Ferrari at 11 o'clock here on 101 ESPN. We go down the hallway, and we are on the TMA STL YouTube channel on 105.7 HD2 with our 1 hour of After the Morning After. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals and Cubs, 1:15 first pitch. Javier Assad on the mound for the Cubs. Andre Palante towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
All right, there's a lot going on here, Doug, and I don't know if we have enough time to get to it all, but I'm going to do my best.
Okay.
Jackson, first off, tell the people who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
Mark from Mark. Well, Mulch and Bra.
Yeah,
He won again?
He is Jordan in the 90s. He's Tiger in the aughts. Who dominated the teens?
LeBron?
Okay, LeBron in the teens.
A little bit of Steph and KD, too.
And me in the 20s. That is what you're dealing with Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium, and it is unbelievable. The overprotective golden girl dad wants a piece of your ass, though, Jackson.
What I do?
First of all, papers. None of our starters throw 100 miles an hour. Secondly, pimped it in the box pretty egregiously. And then again, when he rounded third, he damn near completely stopped. He hit him and tell him, nice one effing hit during the series. That's from the overprotective golden girl dad.
You know how you get back to him? You strike him out. That's how you do it. In basketball, if you get dunked on, do you punch the guy in the side or do you go get a bucket on him? It's crazy. It's crazy.
There you go. All right. Let's see. Hello. It's almost August. The forecast is predictable. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Okay. Well, we're just remarking about it, how unusually hot it would be if it gets to be 100. That's still pretty remarkable.
Beer Cats is headed to the game, and he wants the ladies to know. Infidelity special, perfect weather, and I'm off today. Game on. That's from Beer Cats.
I thought he did his hot wifing in Crystal City. Isn't that where he's had the bulk of his success?
I don't know if it's hot wifing that goes on at these games.
Oh. Well, the great one's hot wife wherever they go.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And hot wifing again, some of these definitions,
Jackson,
seem to be changing.
That one is elusive as all get out. I think it's just someone who sleeps, like a wife who, with permission, sleeps with other gentlemen.
Huh.
Or women.
Well, then how can Beer Cats be a hot wife?
He can't.
He can look for the hot wives.
Like the hot wife, huh?
But how do you know a hot wife?
How do you know?
See it?
How do you know?
I imagine you ascertain through kind of an interview process.
You interview them. And they
like on Indeed.com?
They willingly subject themselves to these interviews, even women that are innocent of the charges.
Well, I think you'd be pretty quick to pick up on when someone's not a hot wife.
How?
Yeah.
During the interview process.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Tell Sharon, who cleans in Clayton, to shut the hell up. Lady Sonia's teacup.
Gosh.
Of course, Whoopi Burkett, as opposed to throwing at someone. What a beta boy. Beer Cats.
Yeah, I'd rather win and not lose my starter because he gets tossed from the game. I'd strike him out and then stare him down. I'm totally on board with that. I think but isn't that the better? Like, in what other sport do you intentionally mess up for your team as to send a message and then also intentionally hurt somebody?
How about strike him out and then act like you got guns and you're blown?
Yeah, Shooter McGavin, or
Can Eckersley do a little of that?
Yeah. He did, yeah.
I know
the only thing Beer Cats will be touching today is his insulin shot and some dude's random knee sitting next to. That's from Heiser House Hooligan.
Oh.
PCA should 1,000% get hit with a 100-mile-an-hour heater today. What a clown take that he shouldn't. Cardinals need a little edge, and that's how you get it. That's from your Arnold Water Tower. Jackson, does that change your mind?
Strike him out, stare him down. Totally on board with that. But the idea of throwing at him, getting him on base, then getting a warning, I just find to be dumb. But there were differing schools of thoughts on this. It's okay to celebrate when you hit a go-ahead home run, in my opinion.
Wasn't winning last night the response? That's from the Cottleville.
Not for these guys. You gotta hit this 24-year-old kid in the side for having fun.
What percentage do you think it is that Andre Palante hits him in his first at bat?
The percentage, 25%.
Wow, 1 out of 4.
I'd say 2%.
I don't know.
They just don't do that much anymore.
The Carls have done it a couple of times.
If Beer Cats goes tarps off, I will be vomiting from my behind the home plate seats. That's from Marcia's collage program.
Okay. She'll be able to spot him out there in right field.
Apparently so.
And immediately start upchucking.
Throat punch their mascot. That's how you send a Jeffco message.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
No, not a bad idea at all. Jackson, I'm going to tell people about VIP Auto Accessories. That's Tommy Sabulka and Brian Grigg, sponsor of the VIP Auto Accessories drops of the week every Friday. And I guess the reason why Jackson won't be playing Fox Run today with Robert Thomas, apparently.
Part of the reason. I'm just generally unprepared.
Okay, fair enough. VIP Auto Accessories. .com. VIP Auto Accessories doing incredible work for commercial right now. They make single source automotive solutions for your business a reality. This includes the upfits, the graphics, and ongoing maintenance. VIP Auto Accessories pride themselves on short turnarounds. Their large facility and skilled techs minimize the downtime for your vehicles. VIP will keep your fleets on the streets longer, allowing you to generate more business. Everything's done in-house at VIP. They do not sub out. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Sabulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and tell him TMA sent you. It's VIPAutoAccessories.com. Jackson, have we done all of our fine work here today?
We sure have.
Well, then let's go down the hallway and we'll see what the word is on After the Morning After. BK and Ferrario are up next here on 101 ESPN. For Jackson, Bennett Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.